What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing? My apologies for running behind. Y'all know how it is during the week. Work, work, work. It's from name that movie, you get 10 points. work, work, work. Don't nobody bring me no bad news. How y'all doing? Happy Monday. Happy Monday, happy Monday. Tomorrow we will be having a special guest. The eclectic journalist will be joining us tomorrow. I'm excited. How y'all doing? Come on in here, y'all. Hit that like button. Don't make me get my country accent on. I can go southern. I appreciate all of you all for tuning in. Thank you all so much for rocking the video I posted up earlier today. Did y'all enjoy that? It was just a quick little pre-recorded video. It wasn't a live stream. It was just video I just did right quick and uploaded it. Y'all, I hate editing. That's why I don't do those pre-recorded videos like that, because I can't stand editing. I hate it. I'd rather go live. I can see y'all comments in real time and engage with you all and have dialogue and blah, blah, blah. Y'all good? Make sure you all hit that like button as you come in. Hit the like button. Let's keep these videos hyped up and in the algorithm. We're doing well. Very blessed here. Last live stream we did, one of the videos hit like what, 6,000-7,000 views? I was like, oh, look at God. What are you doing? That's what we need to be doing, y'all. And the channel is growing, so subscribe to the Lady Luck Club if you have not. Make sure you subscribe to my second channel, the Lady Luck Club with Sweet Tea. I am ready to start talking about some true crime over there. I want to start with this case on David, the singer who unalived the 14-year-old young lady. She was absolutely adorable. While that gets underway, I want to be able to cover that on the second channel. For those of you who like true crime and enjoy watching, like, police interrogations and court hearings on certain high-profile cases, that's what we'll be doing a lot of vetting. A lot of people can't. They like, we don't, they don't like true crime on the main, but they'll enjoy it over there on the second channel. So make sure you are subscribed. And most of the videos there will be, unfortunately, pre-recorded and edited and uploaded. But I do want to get that going over there. And then reading some lawsuits and stuff like that more predominantly over there. So, y'all, thank y'all so much for the support. Now, do you all want to see more videos here in the main channel on the comment sections? Because that was fun for me. I actually just laughed. I had a good time. Can I get a mod to drop my second channel link in the chat, please, if you don't mind? And then we're going to get to some comments and we're going to get going. I don't want to hold y'all too long because Mama has to work tomorrow. I have 2 meetings and I can get my son to school. Oh boy, he was not feeling happy today. Let's see here. If y'all want more of those videos, let me know. Let me know what you think. More of the videos of the going over the comments and stuff. That was fun for me. Shout out to Amy. She's a troll. You know what it is. Whatever. Sometimes you got to break up the monotony of it all. Throw in add a little flavor to it. Y'all, shout out to Jay Witt, my brother in Christ, and my Morehouse brother. He actually had a segment where he would do that. I don't know why he needs to start back doing that again. It was fun. He would read his comments and stuff and pin them and all of that. It's just fun. It's just pure entertainment. And you get to see how these people think, because sometimes we overlook that. I'm not where I get thousands of comments, even though I want you all to leave comments. Please leave comments in the videos, okay? In the live streams and stuff like that. Put comments in there. Flood it with comments and all of that. Gets the engagement going. And plus, I do read comments. And I think that's what those segments will show. At the very least, I do read comments. I may not respond to all of them, but I will read them as they come through I'll try to heart and hit the thumbs up on as many as I can. But I do read comments. So that was just proof that I read comments, whether it's coming from the fantastic Luxters here in the LLC or a Candy Ass or a bot or whatever, or troll, whatever. You get trolls that are not necessarily cult members, but they're kind of in between. Child, they just do it for the hell of it. They're antagonistic to be antagonistic. Does that make sense? Like, it doesn't matter what I talk about. They're just going to take the opposite view of it. That's a troll. Oh, Lord have mercy. So if y'all want to see more of those, hit the phone and let me know. Hit the phone and let me know. Let me know. Hit the phone. Hit the phone. We got a nice little lineup today. We got Fax Me. We got to kick this off with a couple videos. Oh, man. From Storybox, my brother Jay Witt. Y'all, Gary did a video where, why did people go and listen, let me tell y'all something. Paramount Tactical having to go and do a whole video, and it wasn't even long. It looks like it was what, 30 minutes long? Oh, man. Is he going live again? What the heck? Oh, he's got everybody coming in. We're going to be with him on the 28th. He's got Milk Bar TV today. He's got Chicks on the Right tomorrow. That's what I'm talking about. We're going to be there on the 28th. Yeah, he just did a video. Where is it? Oh, he had to set everybody straight on that one. He responded to Baron Coleman. Baron Coleman, really, what the hell is wrong with him? That's why I said I dare him to go represent Candace for free. That'll be funny. He's supposed to be a whole attorney. Up here being messy as hell. He's like a gossip girl. Baron Coleman is nothing more than a gossip girl who will never ever take his dumb so-called legal argument into a court of law in front of a federal judge, because I know he won't. You know, they turn into punks and cowards when they realize, oh, shoot, I got to back up what I'm saying. The hell wrong with him? You can't make this stuff up. All right, y'all. So let's get to it. We're going to start this off. We got a couple videos I want to get to before we get to the main entree. We have to watch this Paramount Tactical response on this, because they tried to call him a liar. Yeah, Baron Coleman, of all people, trying to call somebody a liar is classic. He's supposed to be an officer of the court. Chabu. Chabu. All right, y'all. Let me share my screen. We're going to get going. And we'll get some comments in right quick. Oh, we got to start this with Fax Me. A quick video. Make sure you guys show some love to Fax Me and check him out. We had a good time last week over there with Fax Me. Did a pre-recorded with him last Sunday. So the episode we did with him is up on his channel. Make sure you guys tune in. Let's see. There is the video link we're about to check out. Thank y'all so much once again for tuning in. Hit the like button coming in. Thank you all for bearing with me. Oh, for instance, I'm going to check my email after the live. I am. I know you sent me some photos. I have not been able to get to my emails and stuff. Yeah, I know how it is when you got to tune in with the kids and work and all that. Ooh, child. So bear with me, honey, okay? Bear with me, Francisca. I will check my email after we're done with the live for today. Is that okay? I appreciate you. What's going on? Is it Mackenzie? How you doing? Today is the 18th. Tomorrow we'll be with Eclectic Journalist. She'll be joining us here in the LLC. Sifa, ex-Samurai. I see you up in here, Noah, Caleb, CC. How y'all doing, Mindy? What's happening? Y'all good? I appreciate you all. RT's up in here. Thank you so much. Don't stop. Shout out to all of you all, Colleen. I see all of you all up in here. Thank you so much, RTs. This is my second channel, you all. Please make sure you go over and subscribe to the Lady Luck Club Sweet Tea. As you see here in the link, if you can click it, get over there and hit the daggone subscribe button. I'm streaming live to both channels right now. So you guys should be able to switch over. If you see it, you'll see this live stream going on the second channel. So thank you so much for that support, you all. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much, Francisca. I appreciate it. Gary had some trolls earlier. I heard. Oh, we gonna watch that video. Oh, I see the fours up in here. Oh, y'all. So, hey, Edie. Oh, shout out to Edie Marie. Girl, you see, I'm trying to get through my comments right quick. Edie Marie up in the house. Y'all, shout out to you all. Yep, about 30 minutes. Yes, we're going to go over that video. Shout out to Edie Marie. Girl, when you going to be ready to do the anger management sessions? I got to check my email. You may have emailed me. I haven't checked. I got to check. I got to get my mods in. Oh, yes. Okay, Francisca got a presentation we're going to have to get to. Watch out. We got a lot of emails to catch up on. Okay, y'all. So we're going to get it in. We're going to get this in. Edie, let me know when you're ready, girl. I'm excited. I am waiting to hear from Cold Blooded. I haven't seen an email from Cold Blooded. If anybody has a way to contact Cold Blooded Christian, please reach out to him and let him know that I don't see any email from him. But I certainly want him to come over to the LLC. I would love to have him on when he's available. Yeah, so if anyone hears or knows how to know how to get in touch with Cold-Blooded Christian, let him know. I don't see an email from him at all, and I've been looking for it. No, I hope he got the right one. Yeah, I'm trying to get the Cold-Blooded Christian up in the LLC. So, or if anyone has a way for me to email him, I will gladly email him. Shout out to him. Shout out to Edie. Girl, we're ready for you, honey. We're ready to get these segments going with you. Oh, it's going to be so much fun. Shout out to my brother, Jay Witt. Hey, Saint, how you doing, honey? RTs, make sure you all my moms that have YouTube channels, drop your YouTube channel link in the chat. RTs has a YouTube channel. So drop your YouTube channel link in the chat and let's get you some support over there, RTs. Support the moms, y'all. Sub to the second channel. Thank you so much. Make sure you guys go show your love and support for Edie Marie and RTs. Thank you so much, Francisca. There is Edie's channel. Boom shakalaka. Y'all ready? S-Files. You too, honey. Shout out to my moms. Y'all have the best moms on YouTube. Never let anybody tell you anything any differently. Mr. Beef, I see you up in here, honey. Emailing you now. Yes, please do. B Harley, how you doing? Y'all ready? Hit the phone when you can hear. Let's get to it.
What is the real name and age of Candace Owens? During my deep dive into her family history, I discovered what could potentially be Candace Owens' original identity. And if true, it could explain why it is so difficult to find information on her outside of the Candace Owens brand. Here is her mother, Evelyn Virginia Owens.
What?
Here is her father.
Oh, my God. I think this is the first time I've seen a photo of her mom. Candace. Girl, you look like your mama. You talking about you and your mama don't get along. You better stop lying on that woman. She gave birth to you. The audacity. How dare you sit here and try to make it seem like you and your mom bump heads and fight all the time. You know, that's something your cousin debunked. Candace, your own cousin went on a YouTube channel named Storm Monroe, did an interview, and said flat out, she has no idea where you got that from about you and your mother not getting along. You talking about your mom kicked you out the house at 14 years old. You do realize you were a minor child. And that your parents could be looked at. Not that anything probably would happen to them at this point, but, you know, many people will have a lot of questions. How dare you put out a 14-year-old? What the hell was going on? Girl, not when your other two sisters didn't get put out. What the heck? Y'all, this girl look just like her mama. Candace, mothers and daughters fight. It's it's the estrogen, and your yeast infection probably got in the way. Who knows? Who knows? Your mom could be sitting there like, didn't I tell your ass to take a bath? See what happens when you don't listen to your mother? You get stuck with a 7-month long yeast infection. She said, now, baby, I thought I taught you how to use these hygiene products. What are you doing? Why does it smell like baked bread that's molded? Candace, you're disgracing your mother. You understand? How in the world? My mother would not allow me to lie this bad and make millions of dollars doing it. My mom probably would have done many interviews by now and called me out in all of them. Yeah, my daughter in Lady Luck Club has lost her damn mind, accusing people of murdering their husbands and stuff. No evidence. That's a lawsuit. What are you talking about? My mother would not let me say half that BS that Candace has said. So we need Miss Evelyn Virginia Owens. Girl, your middle name is something special. My dear beloved grandmother's first name was Virginia. You're going to have to tell your daughter to stop lying for a living. There's no way you see her and you're like, I'm so proud of her. Lying and making millions of dollars, accusing people of murdering their husbands. What? Like, as if that could never be you. You're married, right? Isn't she married? Maybe not. You wouldn't want anyone accusing you of murdering your husband. Are you kidding? You're going to have to tell your daughter to get the hell on and go sit down and read a book. Or she going to be moving in. Her and the 4 kids going to have to stay with you. Because George's parents ain't going to deal with that. They're going to be like, she can't come over here. We don't want her over here. Evelyn, get your daughter before I beat her ass. They're not going to want her over there. George's mother probably can't stand Candace. Oh, Candace, your in-laws can't stand you. All they see is all of their dollars going down the drain in attorney's fees, in court costs, and in judgments that will be issued against you in a court of law. She's going to try to settle. Candace is a coward. Evelyn, you didn't teach your daughter not to file frivolous lawsuits to a court talking about black mold giving her yeast infections. I mean, seriously. Did you not question her one time on that and say, baby, how does that happen biologically speaking? Oh, I'm going in because I'm a mama. I am a whole mama. You can't make this up. I heard his parents can't take her either. They can't stand her ass. Candace, your in-laws can't stand you. The faster you realize that, let that sink in. I know you listening, heifer. Your in-laws can't stand your damn guts. And it's sad because you procreated 4 times with George, allegedly. And I'm sure they want to see their grandchildren. They just don't want your dumb ass. You're out here lying for fun to make money. Oh, George's mother's got to be ready to whoop the shit out of her. Yes, come over into the property, dear. Come into my home so I can claim self-defense. Come into the home. I want you to step all the way in. Guards, don't let her leave. Step all the way into the property, dear. I want you to dare say that I attacked you in my home. Oh, Candace, his mama gonna whoop your ass. Don't you say that, Tracy. No. Is she? Oh, Candace, you just out here trying to blame things on a baby. If Candace is pregnant, it's because she wants to go to court and say, Your Honor, I'm pregnant. I can't take the stand. I got more than sickness, and I can't hold my pee-pee. You can't make this up. Is that for real? Is she, Tracy? Oh my God. Are you serious? Candace pregnant? She looked pregnant. Candace, stop making babies. You ain't stunning them kids. You won't even let them socialize. Girl, you don't go somewhere. You can't use that sympathy trip in court, Candace. I've already played the video clip of you saying that you were going to say that. Y'all remember when Cardi B went to court? She was being sued by this lady that worked at this hotel. Something happened in the elevator or something. And Cardi B went to court talking about, yeah, I'm pregnant. She's just kind of blamed everything on the baby and all that. Cardi B won. And Candace actually played that clip of Cardi B's testimony in court where she blamed it on the baby. And I went over that video. And she said, I says, yep. I'm just going to say, Your Honor, it's the baby. The baby made me do it. And my big mouth, I had to say something about that. Candace, this I know you listening, you dumb heifer. Candace sat there and said, oh, yeah, I'm going to do that. And I said, Candace, getting pregnant to get sympathy from the judge is not going to work. Candace is going to try to get pregnant just so she can use that to get sympathy from the daggone judge and jury. Unbelievable. Y'all, this was last year. So I would be surprised if she were pregnant because I saw it coming down the pipeline. I saw it coming a mile away, Candace. When you played that Cardi B clip, I saw it coming. Y'all can see the whole video on my playlist. I knew it was going to, I said, that girl going to try to sit there and claim pregnancy and blame everything on the baby when she go to court. I knew it. I was like, because why else would she play Cardi B's testimony in court with Cardi B saying the very same thing? I knew it. I called it last year. Hit the 4 of y'all know I said it last year in the whole video. And I did a YouTube short on it. Boy, you can't make this up. Y'all remember me saying, I went over that video last year. I said, Candace Owens is going to try to blame everything on a pregnancy. She actually trying. Candace, I didn't say that for you to go and do it, dummy. You can't. This is priceless. Candace, I was not telling you to get pregnant. You're not stunning the other 4 kids. George out here catching DUIs. He's getting black eyes. Your foot was broken. Neither one of you all said anything about that. And you got the audacity to sit here and talk about anything regarding Erica Kirk. How did George get the black eye, Candace? Perhaps Evelyn, can you please ask your daughter? Evelyn Virginia Owens, can you ask your daughter, your weird ass daughter, who claimed to be an alien? Okay, this is nothing on you, Evelyn. Your daughter is the one that said that she's an alien and she does not know the difference between the letter N and the number 9. Or can she say beret or bureau? So can you ask her? Oh, God. How did she break her foot? And how did George get a black eye? And are they truly living separate? At some point, you're going to have to say something. Your daughter lied too much. She lied like hell. Evelyn, your daughter, Candace Amber Rose Owens Farmer, lies like hell for millions of dollars. And she's a cult leader. You should find all of that disturbing. But ask her what happened to George Farmer's eye. Like, what happened to my son-in-law eye? I know you're not over there kicking him in the face. Oh, God, y'all. This girl looks just like her mother. Evelyn, you gotta talk to your daughter. I know she won't listen to you. For some reason, she listens to me. Candace, I was not giving you a way out. I was not doing that video telling you to get pregnant, you dummy. God, I can't believe you bringing another child into the world. Oh, you got to take care of that yeast infection first. Y'all, don't make me pull up the sponsor.
Evelyn Virginia Owens. Here is her father, Robert Owens Jr. Candace Owens is widely listed as being born on April 29th, 1989, which would currently make her 37 years old. But is that actually true? While researching her parents, both appear connected to a child born in 1993 named Candace J. Ramey, who would currently be 32 to 33 years old. At this point, Candace J. Rainey is essentially a ghost. Very little information exists about this person.
What?
Is that because she later changed her name
Whoa.
exists? Essentially a ghost. Very little information exists. At this point, Candace J. Rainey is essentially a ghost.
You can't make this up.
To a child born in 1993 named Candace J. Rainey.
Candace. When is her birthday? I thought it was last month. Wasn't her birthday in April? Her birthday in April? Candace will lie about a birthday. Didn't she claim that George bought her a new truck or something like that for her birthday? Was that this year or last year? Because Candace, don't make me get the VIN number for that and find out when that vehicle was purchased. If it was truly for your birthday, then it would have been at least in the month you were born. Why do you lie about your birthday? And George, his father is a lord. Girl, Miss Evelyn, your daughter lied like hell. And then she gonna bring another child into the world. Candace, I was not telling you to get pregnant, to get sympathy for court. Let me tell you something, Candace. Listen to me and listen to me carefully since you like to listen to me. You knew you were gonna try to pull that bullshit stunt when you played Cardi B, and I peeped that. I told you I see through you, heifer. You have a federal lawsuit filed against you from Brian Harper. That district court judge will not be in the mood to play your dumb games. Your best bet will be to settle if you're going to sit here and think that this pregnancy is going to get you sympathy from a federal judge. They're not playing with your ass. You can't go to federal district court talking about some, oh, Yana, I'm pregnant. I think I got to throw up. I can't testify. They'll be like, look, we'll give you 10 minutes. Do what you need to do. Go to the bathroom. Come on back. You might want to talk to your client counselor. She can't do this all day. We have a whole jury. You talking about a jury demand. That court has to move along. They ain't going to be sitting here waiting on you all day to come out the bathroom. Candace, getting pregnant for sympathy because of lawsuits is pathetic. That means you don't even want the baby. What you going to do? Get the baby to your mama? Because George mama, let me tell you something. George mama gonna be like, look, I'll take the baby, but you got to go away forever. You cannot have this baby back. They're not gonna let you near these kids if you're doing this. You getting pregnant to get sympathy? You're still being sued. The lawsuit doesn't go away because you get pregnant, Candace. None of your friends. Where's Samantha? Nobody gonna tell her the truth. Nobody tells her the truth. That's why this heifer listens to me. Candace, you're still bad at this. You're bad at this. When I heard her say that, I said, oh, hell. This heifer, no, she can't come up with nothing like that. She steals all my quips, Edie Marie. Candace steals all my slogans and everything. All my little talking points. This dumb heifer. Candace, getting pregnant to try to get out of a federal lawsuit or even the lawsuit in Delaware against them from the Macrones. It's not going to work. They have jury demands. The court will not appreciate you. You've already wasted time with the Macron lawsuit, pushing it back, getting all these damn extensions, and then getting another extension because one of your attorneys are going to withdraw from the case, if not all of them. That is your fault, Candace. You can afford an attorney. You just can't keep them. But saying things and doing dumb things so that they will quit, and then you taking advantage of that situation, none of that is going to help you. As a matter of fact, they're going to use it against you. Your Honor, Candace Amber Rose, what is this? What does it say? Candace J. Rainey, Amber Rose Owens Farmer. It's so despicable and disgusting. Her own attorneys don't even want to represent her. And all they care about is the money. Go figure. And they had to get to a point after a year where they had to just make an ethical decision to withdraw from the case. Now, they have every right to do so, but it's just the irony of them waiting until the court hearing was like the next Monday. I mean, damn. It ain't gonna ever happen. But she took advantage of it, and guess what? The very thing I said would happen actually happened. I said, this girl is going to take the opportunity to say, oh, I'm losing an attorney. I need an extension. And look what the hell happened. I can't, y'all. The candy asses think that their cult leader is not listening to me. Yes, this heifer is. The only way she learned is something about the law, I think. Candace, you can kiss my ass. You're going to lose. You can't make this up, man. And you sitting here bring, I don't get it. Like, whether she can afford 5 kids or not is irrelevant. We know that you're doing this because you're trying to weaponize this baby against the courts from your lawsuits, Candace. That is disgusting of you. You understand? I'm saying it flat out. If she is pregnant, it is only to use that baby as an excuse from her very serious lawsuits, one of which is filed in a federal court. It's a federal lawsuit complaint. Candace, that ain't gonna work with that judge. When are you gonna file your response? Ryan Harper, they filed their complaint. When is your response coming? Hurry up, girl. You get 30 days. You can't make this up. Oh, what a disappointment, Candace, you are.
Who would currently be 32 to 33 years old. At this point, Candace J. Ramey is essentially a ghost. Very little information exists about this person. Is that because she later changed her name to Candace Amber Owens?
April 29th.
What makes this more interesting is that Candace J. Ramey reportedly had known aliases, including Candace Cruikshank, Candace Schmidt, Candace Black, and finally, Candace Owens. So I used...
Y'all. Oh my God. Look at these aliases. Candace J. Ramey, Candice, look at it. Candace Crux, what the hell? Is that Cruikshank? Hold on. Oh, this is so little. Fax me, you got to do widescreen, buddy. You're doing the phone view. Cruikshank, Candace Schmidt. Can one of y'all type the names in the chat? Can y'all see that? I can't see it, and I'm wearing glasses. What's that second one? Cruikshank? Shawshank Redemption in the house, y'all. Shawshank Redemption has entered the chat. You can't make this up. What does it say? Now, y'all remember when I emailed University of Rhode Island asking if a student there with the name and date of birth of Candace Amber Owens with that date of birth received a degree from this school. Do you all remember their response to me? Because Candace, this is why you watch, because you know I reached out to your school. That's why you need to stop lying about these 2 degrees. And they told me a person with that name received a degree. That's what they said. That's what the response is. Oh, I got the evidence. And now I see these different aliases. I'm wondering if she just picked an alias of a student that went to the school, that actually graduated. So when I called or emailed the school, rather, I emailed them. Everything was in writing. They just confirmed that a student with that name received a degree. It doesn't mean it was her if she's got these aliases. Candace, why are you lying about your name? Oh my God, I got to find that email. I emailed the school myself. Candace, this is crazy as hell. Oh, is no reply here? No reply. I hope you see this. She's got like 4 or 5. You got to use all aliases now to find out about Candace. You got to use every single alias. You can't make this up. Now I understand why they worded it that way. Because originally they kept telling me you got to go on this website where you can verify a college degree. And then that costs like $20, $25. And I'm like, hell no, Candace ain't worth that because she'll never give me that money back. It's not like Candace Owens to hit me with a super chat. Thanks for reaching out to my school. And the candy asses never leave me any super chats. So, it's whatever. I was like, nah, I'm not paying for that. Now I got to find this email from her school. Candace, I got that email. This is unbelievable. So all of those aliases she could have picked someone with the same first name. Candace is it's more common first name. It's a more common first name. And then, of course, Owens is more common than Rose. But why would she have aliases if her mother and father were married and his last name is Owens? Then why would she have 4 or 5 different aliases? Like, to me, that's so weird. Wouldn't she naturally just take her father's last name? Man, you can't make this up. This is something else. Candace, this is crazy. This is why they answered me the way they did. Oh, this is crazy. Yeah, I gotta find it. I gotta print it again. Okay, let's get back to this. If one of y'all can drop the names, if you can see them in the chat. No reply said, I'm here, I'm looking. I looked it up and I'm not sold on it being her. That person lives in California, but I'm not shutting down facts, me research. But what I do know is that there is a ton of misinformation. Okay, you let me know what you come up with. Meanwhile, while this is playing, I'm going to find that email. Because we reached out to the school. And all they confirmed was that a person with that name and date of birth received a degree. They didn't even say she received 2. And that school does not offer a dual degree program for journalism and English. We did the research, the background information on that already. So when she said in 2 separate videos, she received 2 degrees, one in journalism and the other in English, there is no way she received it from the University of Rhode Island. They don't even offer that type of program for you to get dual degrees. And if Candace does not know the difference between a major and a minor versus an actual degree, she is that stupid. But hopefully we all understand there's a difference. I can have a major and minor in 1 degree. But if I say I have 2 degrees, essentially I'm saying that I completed 2 programs to get 2 different degrees. And if she meant to say I majored in journalism and minored in English, she could say that because she understands what that means. But she said twice in 2 different videos that she received 2 different degrees. And both are bachelor's degrees. It would not have been from the University of Rhode Island. You cannot get 2 degrees in 1 year to go back, because she said she went back to school and completed 2 degrees. And then said people shouldn't be looking on Wikipedia to verify anything. Oh, okay. So I said challenge accepted, heifer, and emailed her school. That's how I know Candace is watching, because she know no one else has done this. I don't know anybody else that emailed University of Rhode Island that's covering this heifer to verify if she got a degree. We did it over here in the LLC. And they said a person with that name received a degree. But they never said she got 2. Yo, this is so crazy. It wouldn't be too far-fetched for her to, the idea of her having a different alias, especially when her cousin stated that her name is Candace Amber Rose Owens. And then when she got married, changed to Farmer, she added it on. She's never even done that professionally because she still goes by Candace Owens. She doesn't go by Candace Farmer. But you can imagine if she wanted to just drop her maiden name, that's a whole different, essentially a whole different alias. But it wouldn't surprise me if she took on the alias of some student at that school just to say I have 2 degrees. And if you email the school to verify, it'll be under a Candace Amber Owens, but it might not be her. And it certainly won't be 2 degrees. So why lie about that twice? I don't know. Because the school does not offer that type of program. This is crazy. Oh God, let's get back to it, y'all.
Candace Cruikshank, Candace Schmidt, Candace Black, and finally, Candace Owens. So I used Candace's racial harassment lawsuit as a research point. The lawsuit was settled in 2008 for $37,500 with the Stanford Board of Education, denying wrongdoing. At the time, Candace publicly claimed to be 18 years old. But here is where questions begin. The boy accused of participating in the racist messages was Sam Malloy, the 14-year-old son of the mayor. Candace herself stated that she had never even laid eyes upon this kid before the incident.
Wow.
So the question becomes, why would a 14-year-old allegedly target a random 17 or 18-year-old he supposedly didn't even know? Candace also claimed the threats forced her out of public school and into homeschooling. But what 18-year-old suddenly transitions to homeschooling? Wouldn't it make more sense if Candace herself was also around 14 years old at the time? A 14-year-old boy was accused in the case, so logically it would make more sense if Candace was also 14 and they were classmates or peers. If Candace J. Rainey is truly Candace's original identity, that would place her birth year in 1993, meaning she would have been around 14 during the racial harassment case. Also, could you look at this picture that was taken at the time of this lawsuit? Do you see an 18-year-old girl or do you see a 14-year-old girl? I was leaning more towards 14 way before I came across this alias, right? So I decided to run that same picture through Grok's AI recognition, and it came back with the same assumption that I had.
What?
Around 12 to 14 years old. That timeline appears.
Hold on.
Forced her out of public school and
See, this is why I want to interview those kids that were accused. I would love to get in touch with one of those kids and interview them. And this is why, right here. Because they can give their side of the story, what happened, and might be able to answer that question. That means that Candace would have been a freshman in high school and not a senior. Because I'm like, how do you get a settlement for over for what, $30,000, $30,000 to $35,000, something like that? And then all of a sudden, you don't have enough money to cover tuition. And why would you go to the University of Rhode Island? Like, that's a random. Yeah, does that make sense to you all? She was raised in what, Connecticut? What would it do her of all schools on earth to go to the University of Rhode Island? Like, of all schools. If she couldn't afford to go to out-of-state college, why not stay in state? And why the University of Rhode Island if you're only majoring in English or journalism? You know how many colleges you could have went to that was in the state you grew up in? You could have got, more grants and scholarships, actually. Why University of Rhode Island? Y'all, this is crazy. Oh, my God. Y'all know, Zachary. Do I smell stolen academic valor? I'm smelling it, too. And it's becoming more likely if she went under any other alias, because it wouldn't be hard to say, well, there is a student that went to University of Rhode Island named Candace Amber Owens with the same date of birth, especially when you refuse to tell the truth about your birthday. If she won't tell the truth about George's birthday, and he's got 3 or 4 different ones, of course she's going to lie about her own. Candace lies so much. This is how difficult it is to even get background information about her, because she throws so much out there. She refuses to be transparent herself. If you can't verify when this girl was born, and she's a public figure, but she doesn't want to tell people when her birthday is. She's not that. Come on, girl. This ain't Hollywood. I mean, you can have your channel forever. Most time people lie in Hollywood for films and get roles. Not that it makes it better, but they want to be perceived to be younger than they, really are, so that they can get more films. That's the same thing with sports. It's like, why in the world would she want to hide her birthday? If she's going to be a public figure and there is a date of birth attached to her name, why lie about it if it's not your true birthday? And this is one of the things that happens. Now you can't get background information about her. But yet she has no problems with doxing other people because they were a Jewish donor or conservative. She'll dox some random person she's never met because he was at UVU. But then it turns out that you're misidentifying someone. She doesn't care about the repercussions and the consequences of doxing somebody. She doxed the kid because he was wearing a green hoodie. Talking about this is weird. No, that is illegal what you're doing. But yet and still, look how hard she makes it for people to find out anything about her ass. By lying and being deceptive. And she wants to sit here and use big words she can't spell or define, such as transparent or accountable. The audacity. This is crazy, Candace. I got the email, Candace. I'm going to show that email that came from the school. I'm now wondering, why University of Rhode Island? Is that ironic that you just, so happen to see another student there with the same name? Date of birth is irrelevant if you're going to keep lying about it. You just want the name to match, right? And if you know that student's birthday is at least on the specific month and date, more than likely you can assume the year will be the same if it's somebody that you know would be in your graduating class. How ironic would it be if she's not the same Candace Owens that attended University of Rhode Island? How ironic would that be?
Even know. Candace also claimed the threats forced her out of public school and into homeschooling. But what 18-year-old suddenly transitions to homeschooling? Wouldn't it make more sense if Candace herself was also around 14 years old at the time? A 14-year-old boy was accused in the case, so logically it would make more sense if Candace was also 14 and they were classmates or peers. If Candace J. Rainey is truly Candace's original identity, that would place her birth year in 1993, meaning she would have been around 14 during the racial harassment case. Also,
Wow.
Could you look at this picture that was taken at the time of this lawsuit? Do you see an 18-year-old girl or do you see a 14-year-old girl? I was leaning more towards 14 way before I came across this alias, right? So I decided to run that same picture through Grok's AI recognition, and it came back with the same assumption that I had. Around 12 to 14 years old. That timeline appears more consistent. And if she really was 18 years old during that lawsuit, why would her father, Robert Owens, need to file the suit on her behalf? Candace attended college around 2011 before eventually dropping out. If her real birth year were 1993, she would have been approximately 18 years old in 2011, which aligns far more naturally with a traditional college timeline. So how could she supposedly have been a high school senior in 2007, 2008 at 18 years old, yet not attend college until 2011? Because maybe she wasn't actually 18 in 2008. Maybe she was 14. So the real question becomes...
Oh, man. Oh, Candace. That means you lied for sure about your parents kicking you out the house at 14. And you went to live with some boyfriend for 6 months. Because that's one question that we were all asking when we went over. She said this herself on her, I don't know if it was her first interview with Russell Brand, but we played the clip of that interview where she said that her parents kicked her out the house at 14 because she couldn't get along with her mother. And she went to live with a boyfriend for 6 months. That's after school year, right? So that would mean if you see her parents standing with her in this photo, you're not going to do all this if you know your child ran out. If your child was kicked out of the house at 14, her parents would have been investigated. And Candace is not the only child. So far as we know, she has 2 sisters. And this is based on what her cousin has said. Now I'm questioning it if the girl is actually her cousin. Because, I mean, honestly, her relatives don't really come out and speak on her like that. But yet she wants to dox people, commit cyber crimes and all. Candace, why lie about how old you were when this happened to you? And is it because that was a whole kerfluffle over a boy? And you don't want people to look at you like, yo, you saying that you went to live with a boyfriend for 6 months at 14 years old is far worse than you saying that you were 14 when this discrimination act occurred. Who was his boyfriend? Because that's the first thing we asked. Who was his boyfriend? And how old was he? Are you going to live with someone that could very well be a minor for 6 months and your parents don't get in trouble? But you let her cousin tell it. Candace and her mother didn't have issues like that. Their mother assured that they were on the straight and narrow, according to the cousin. And she said, I don't know where Candace got that from or why she would say that, but none of that is true. Her cousin debunked her. So why lie about this incident causing you to go to homeschool for 6 months at 14 and not 18? Why? Do y'all see what, like, the dumb lies that comes down with this? It's so stupid to lie about that. That's such a dumb lie to tell.
Supposedly have been a high school senior in 2007-2008 at 18 years old, yet not attend college until 2011, because maybe she wasn't actually 18 in 2008. Maybe she was 14.
Wow.
So the real question becomes, why would someone change their age or identity? That's the question we'll be looking into, Factivus.
Oh, we got to look into it. We got to look into it. Oh, my God, Candace. This whole time. What he's saying is starting to make a lot of sense. It really is. I'm going to show you all this email that came from University of Rhode Island. I had forwarded it to Jay Witt. So my email address, I don't care if people see it. It's my YouTube channel link. Let me show you all this. This is crazy. Before we get to Storybox, hold on. Just so y'all can see, I did my due diligence. Now, I pulled this back in November. This was back in November. Y'all see the date here? Tuesday, November 18, 2025. I got the response back from the school enrollment Senior Associate Director of Registrar, Enrollment Services, University of Rhode Island, Green Hall, Kingston, Rhode Island. Y'all see that, right? So when it comes to school records is protected under a different federal law, but has the same protections equivalent to HIPAA privacy laws with medical records or patient health information. Does that make sense? So I don't remember the actual acronym for that law when it comes to school records, but you can't just get someone's school records. You have to be the requester yourself, or you have a waiver or some sort of consent form or authorization for release, the same form that you would expect to get if you want, certain medical records released and it has to be for a specific purpose. Just can't be because, I'm an independent journalist and reporting on Candace's dumbass. So to the fullest extent of the law, the most that I could ask without them flat out dismissing the question was to simply confirm, according to the law, confirm whether this person received a degree. So with the information that's available to the public, her full name and the date of birth, that's what I asked the enrollment. And you all see what they confirmed. This was back in November. An individual with that name did receive a bachelor's degree from the University of Rhode Island. But if she has different aliases or she's lying about her date of birth, because the date of birth I gave them was the April 29th one, 1989. Y'all see that? Candace Amber Owens. Because they wouldn't know her married last name because she didn't, theoretically, she got married after she, went to school and dropped out. So her married last name will be irrelevant. So as you all can see here, this was on November 13th. I sent a follow-up email writing the follow-up on the request for confirmation of a degree being awarded to Candace Amber Owens with date of birth 4/29/1989. I only request confirmation of a degree being awarded and not the degree or any other information itself. Are you able to confirm if any degree was awarded to Candace Amber Owens? And that is all they could confirm under the law. They could not give me any further information because, like I said, student records are just as well protected by federal law as patient health information and medical records. But see, here's the thing. If all they could confirm was this, then who's to say that she did not just see who attended the school, see who had her same first name, who could have been quite possibly born in the same year, and just lied? Because we have no reason to believe her at this point. When she goes out of her way to lie about any aliases or her date of birth or even George's date of birth, I wouldn't put it past a pathological liar like Candace that she would not lie about enrolling and receiving a degree when her whole storyline has been, I attended this school and dropped out after my third year. And think about this. It would be convenient for her to say that because people would not expect her to present a degree, right? So let's say someone else with the same first name at the very least that coincidentally may have even the same last, or she enrolled under an alias. That means she would have had to get all her student loans and everything else under an alias. And then she decides to drop out. If there's another Candace Amber Owens that received a degree that attended the same school with the same date of birth, why would they confirm that a degree was awarded if Candace's storyline has been she dropped out after her third year? It wasn't only until after Piers Morgan called her out on not being an investigative journalist that she went and did 2 separate videos talking about she received 2 degrees. 2 separate videos. One was her reading a comment or a question from one of her pre-recorded shows. And the other video was her reacting to her interview on Piers Morgan. And then she did a video on her channel saying she received 2 degrees. That's when she was saying, oh, he got me, girlfriend, and snapping her fingers and all the shit. Piers Morgan ain't stunned all that. But she was trying to mock him, talking about, oh, you sure got me, girlfriend. Either you got a degree or not, but why lie about it? Why go back and lie and say I have 2 degrees from the same school that I obtained in 1 year? And you don't show the actual degrees yourself. It's not hanging on the wall. She doesn't even act as if she's proud to go to school. What would be the coincidence of a Candace Amber Owens that actually attended the school and received a degree being one of the alias she just kind of threw herself under? How do we know she attended the school at all? We can't get student records. We don't know what her transcript and her grades look like. I haven't seen any photos or videos of Candace at the University of Rhode Island at all. Has anyone ever seen any photos or pictures she put up that she took for the 3 years she allegedly attended this school? Not one video, nothing. Because there's ways to prove that you were at least in the school, you were enrolled in attended classes. Has any of her teachers ever came out and spoke out about her? Has anyone seen any of that? Anybody from the University of Rhode Island? Whether it be a classmate, a teacher, the residential assistant, whatever. Has anyone came out and spoke about Candace attending that school for 3 years? No photos, no videos, nothing that I've come across. You can't make this up. So once again, why lie about receiving 2 degrees? It's a dumbass lie. And then what they verified is a student with that name received a degree, not 2. That's what's so crazy about this. So the same way she lied about her relationship with Charlie Kirk, knowing she had unfriended him, he unfriended her. She wasn't even invited to his wedding. No photos, no videos, or anything of them communicating with each other, at least for 1 year leading up to his death. Nothing. Nothing has been put forward to prove she was in communications with Charlie Kirk between September 10th of 2024 and September 10th of 2025. If there is evidence that they unfriended each other, how can she go around now saying, oh, we were so close? What do you mean? That's so crazy. But if she went to this school, just like she demands of Brigitte Macron, Candace, won't you show us some photos? You went to a college for 3 years and you didn't take one photo? Is there one student or classmate of yours or dorm mate that would come forward to confirm you went to that school? I know I took lots of photos in my college years. Are you kidding me? How is it that not one photo? Not one. If you all have seen something, email it to me. I have not come across one photo of Candace Owens on the campus of University of Rhode Island at all. Nothing to prove it. And she went there for 3 years and then ironically dropped out because of money. That's crazy. When I say, oh, Candace, you've opened up a can of worms. Candace, you've been lying to us this whole time, girl. Candace, go ahead and produce some photos of you being on the campus of the University of Rhode Island. Go ahead and prove it. Prove it, heifer. If you're going to sit here and demand pictures from Brigitte Macron because you lied about her gender, then we definitely have the right, because what's good for the goose is good for the gander. We absolutely reserve the right to tell you need to post photos or videos of any sort proving that you attended this college for 3 years. Because no one goes to school and not take at least one photo at the school campus or in class or at an event with the school or anything. Who are your teachers? What's the name of your teachers? What classes did you take? Where's your transcript? What were your grades like? Where's your thesis papers? You didn't have any projects, anything you turned in? What were the name of your teachers again? What were your grades in these classes? Because you can't just go get somebody else's transcript, right? So what was it, Candace? Any evidence that she went to the school, such as a photo or video, I want it. I haven't seen anything. I told you I did my due diligence. But now the presentation from FaxMe, oh my God, it's starting to make sense as to why. Because we kept asking, how did she come out? Now she's saying she's received 2 degrees. in 2 different videos. How? When she said she went back to school and completed her final year and came out with 2 degrees. And honestly, it wouldn't benefit her to go to a totally different school because all the credits may not even transfer. So if you only had to go back to school for 1 year, theoretically you would have went back to the same school you dropped out of so that all your credits will count. But how did you go from dropping out because of finances to going back, finishing up 1 year and walking out with 2 degrees? That they don't even offer that type of program. So where's any photos or videos that she actually attended University of Rhode Island? This is why no one owes her the benefit of the doubt. As much as she's willing to lie about a date of birth of George Farmer, well, this idiot has at least 3 birthdays somewhere out here on the internet. Why should we give her the benefit of the doubt that she actually attended the school, but there is no evidence to show her in a dorm on campus, walking to or from class, nothing? Just like we saw the picture of her outside her high school. Why didn't she take any photos in college? This is so crazy. Now to the candy asses. Y'all could stop being lazy as hell and actually go on the college verification website, pay the little $20, $25 since you have no problem paying Candace's mortgage and rent and bills and attorney's fees, and she's already a multi-millionaire. Fork up another $25 and get that college verification. The whole website, I went over there in a separate video. Whole website you can go on to verify that. As a matter of fact, I think I might have it in this email. Yeah, it's called Clearinghouse. Because originally, y'all see here, we do not have a signed release to give enrollment verification. Please access any student records through Clearinghouse. I didn't need records. I just want a confirmation of a degree. But if the candy asses want to go on the Clearinghouse website, it's a regular website where you can verify if someone received a degree or not, whether it's from college, grad school, law school, med school, whatever. You can go on that student Clearinghouse website and you have to pay for it. And then you can get that verification. Problem is, if she doesn't have any evidence to prove that she attended the school, she doesn't have any photos or videos to show proof that she stepped foot on that campus, it could have been very well someone else. She wouldn't have to prove, yes, I attended this school, and here are several photos of me. Here's a yearbook photo. Where's the yearbook? Candace lying like hell. Let me tell you something. I don't know how your mama's not sitting here going off on you. This lie is unnecessary. If you want to stick to the story of you dropping out because you were broke as hell because you think you're relating to somebody when your dumbass is an elite yourself, George somehow gets a DUI and it's supposed to just be covered up because, reasons and money. Why not just stick to that story? I dropped out after my 3rd year. Why go back in 2 videos and say you've earned 2 degrees? Why lie about that? That's a dumb lie. I mean, even with her being put, so-called thrown out of the house at 14 years old and lived with a boyfriend for 6 months. She was a minor child and her parents would have been investigated by DFACS or CPS or whatever it is in her home state. They probably would have lost custody. She was a minor child. See, you see how bad that lie is? It stretches beyond Candace. This could have a negative effect on her own parents. You would think the candy asses would be trying to find out why would they put a 14-year-old out. That's stupid as hell. No, they try to damn make an excuse for that dumb shit. We want photos and videos that Candace went to University of Rhode Island. Period. Any video photo proof. Because if it's somebody else with the same name and date of birth, boy, this lie gets stupid. The more and more I think about her possibly taking someone else's alias. And then turn around talking about I dropped out. But then, Piers Morgan calls you out. Now there are 2 videos of you saying you earned 2 degrees. Out of here. I want proof. I want a photo. I want a video. I want pictures of you at that school hanging out in the dorm with classmates that would verify those photos. So you can't make some shit up. We will have a vetting. Oh, Candace, you're the only one that doesn't vet. we will vet those photos. And if it comes down to having your college roommates, classmates, somebody come to the LLC and do an interview. Oh, I'll do it. You know I will. Now I really want to interview those kids that was accused of that hate crime. This is crazy, y'all. Woo, child. Shout out to Fax Me. Man, now y'all see this coming together. Candace, 4 or 5 different aliases. You can't make this up. This is priceless. And that poor kid probably has no idea Candace might be using her name and date of birth. Talk about going to a school in Rhode Island, of all places. It's so weird. It's like, let me just see if anyone with my same name and date of birth is going to a school. That school could have been anything else. It could have been FAMU for all we know. If she could find someone with the same name and date of birth enrolled in school at the same time she was, or allegedly attended, that school is irrelevant. She could have found someone with the same name and date of birth, at Howard University. It wouldn't matter. Mississippi State, UGA. I mean, whatever. So that could be any damn school. This is crazy. Woo, child. No reply. We got some work to do, buddy. And to all those that definitely helped me research this information. Y'all, we got some work to do. Somebody send this over to Fax Me. Let him know, listen, he can use this email to help him with his research. We already reached out to the school. Now, Candace. All right. So moving on, we're going to go ahead and check this out. This is Storybox, you all. And that headline caught my attention. Candace Owens became a lesbian for a year, then this happened. Candace, who the hell is Samantha? If that's your alter ego, I'm going to be really mad at you. That'll be lie number 3,182. And just as dumb as the rest. Oh, Samantha's going to be so mad if she's not that girlfriend. Shout out to Storybox, you all. Y'all make sure you go check him out. Show him some love and hit the thumbs up. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button here, including the Candy Ass Coat members. They mad at me because I called one of their own out. To the Candy Asses. I don't care how you feel. I really don't. All right, let's get to it. Hit the phone where you can see it here.
Owens just admitted that she had to become a lesbian for a year to help Charlie Kirk chase this girl that he was crazy about. Before there was Erica Kirk, right? The only reason why Candace Owens is even telling this story in the first place is, number one,
Candace.
She wants Erica to seem like she's nothing and she wasn't Charlie's first option or first choice. And she was just, not special in any kind of way, shape, or form. And number two, she wants it to seem like Candace Owens was the big sister, right? The one that looked after Charlie, the one that was always there for Charlie, and the one that...
we all know Candace didn't give a damn about Charlie Kirk. Unfriending him for at least for 1 year, it does not exude any level of closeness. This is a good question here. Shout out to you. Miss Ritz. Where have all the journalists been over the last decade, that none of them ever reached to anyone in her supposed classes, to anyone in her past. It just doesn't make sense. Exactly. That's why we're doing it now. Y'all saw the date of the email. I got that response November 18th, 2025. About a good, week before Thanksgiving? Y'all saw I did my due diligence, reached out to the school registrar twice, because I was like, okay, listen, I'm not asking for all this stuff. Even though you can get a degree verification from that clearinghouse website. I'm just Candace. You're not worth $25 to me, girl. Oh my God. I don't know. I guess if I raise the money up, who knows? Candy asks, y'all can send me a super since y'all want to be lazy. Can't make this up. That's a good question, though, Ms. Ritz. You got all these journalists, and what's so crazy is she lies so bad about everything. You can imagine when we try to do the research now, you got a lot of people going in. Facts Me even, said it is hard to do a lot of this without her date of birth being accurate. And if she's operating under different aliases, that makes it even harder to kind of do some background research on her. And we watched most of her cousin's interview that the cousin did on Storm Monroe's channel. And for her to go in that, you're talking about just another podcast on YouTube here. And he doesn't even have a third of the subs that Candace has. But her cousin went on that particular YouTube show on Storm Monroe's channel. And she said that Candace lied about her mother kicking her out the house because she couldn't get along with her at 14. And now we see it's very well possible she could have simply been homeschooled because of this discrimination incident thing. Right? But this homeschooling only lasted 6 months. If Candace actually graduated from high school and has a high school diploma, she at some point went back to school. But why would she? And this is my thing. Why lie about that? Why sit here and say, my parents kicked me out the house at 14 and I went and lived with my boyfriend for 6 months, as opposed to just saying I was discriminated against, allegedly. So my parents pulled me out of school and I was homeschooled for 6 months and then went back. It still has the same effect, doesn't it? Because she does that to weaponize people's emotions. She wants sympathy. She knows that's the quickest way to get people on your side. If you can appeal to them emotionally and tug on their heartstrings, you've got them hooked. Now they're just a full-blown cult. A full-blown cult. Her cult members still tell on her to this very day. All they do is confirm that she does all of this for clicks, views, likes, and money. And subs. They're just confirming our point we're making. But that's the thing. When she lies about little things regarding her birthday, her aliases, anything of that nature, it's very difficult to do thorough background research. You would have to reach out to her relatives to get at least a more truthful side of this. Her cousin didn't have a problem debunking her. Her cousin did not have an issue saying flat out. I don't know where Candace got that from. Her mom made sure that her and her girls were on the up and up. Candace has 2 other sisters. So it doesn't make sense to kick out Candace at 14 and you still have 2 other daughters living in the house. And when her cousin said that, I'm like, well, cousin don't have a reason to sit here and debunk her. Because Candace doesn't care who she takes her vengeance out on. But it's crazy to hear her talk about some strained relationship with her mother that may have never even existed. They may have never had any friction. But Candace saying that on Russell Brand's podcast, where millions of people watched, and made the statement that her mother put out, her parents kicked out the house at 14, and she lived with a boyfriend for 6 months. and they did not lose custody. DFACS was not notified, or CPS. She was able to live with a boyfriend. Let's say he's a minor as well. His parents said nothing about her being there for 6 months. That's what's so crazy. But she lies so bad because if you're trying to hide your life, yeah. But Candace, you're going to learn the hard way. You're not impervious to this. If you can cyber dox and target and bully and harass people like you did with Brian Harpo, no, you got it coming from us. So, yep, we're doing it now. We're doing it now. And it's definitely going to take all of us come in and do some research. Candy ass cult members are lazy as hell. They just copy and paste everything. Shout out to you, Ms. Riz. That was a good one. I said the same thing. It's so crazy. Yeah, she's a compulsive liar. All right, let's get back to it.
Yeah, took care of everything that Charlie ever wanted or needed. You know, this is such a crazy story. It is, because I can't even believe she's even telling it. They even talk about that Charlie was a virgin before he got married. The guy has been dead for 8 months. And they're spilling the tea on some very personal information, which I don't think Charlie was very forthwith about, to be fair. I don't think that he was telling everyone, oh, I was a virgin before I got married. So I was very innocent in those sorts of ways. I had no idea what to do, what was going on, nothing of the sort. It's making Candace act like she is the teacher of Charlie, isn't it? In many kind of ways. To me, it's like, it's pretty disgusting. And Candace then claims that Charlie only dated Erica because he wanted to make another girl jealous. The girl that got away, the girl that didn't want him. So Charlie wanted this girl. She didn't want him back. She broke his heart. And so Candace was like, no, I'm going to look after you, Charlie. We're going to get the right woman for you. And so she takes a few jabs at Erica's age because Erica was a bit older than Charlie, and that, you know, the little bit older, but Charlie was young and innocent in those sorts of ways. She implies that Erica used Christianity to manipulate Charlie into a serious relationship. You don't believe me? Have a watch of this.
Out of respect for their marriage, I won't get into too much detail about the time before he met her. It's not offensive to the marriage. It's like, obviously people like try to date before, and he was trying to date this girl that he was totally obsessed with. And this girl that he was chasing, detail about the time before he met her. It's not offensive to the marriage. It's like obviously people like try to date before, and he was trying to date this girl that he was totally obsessed with. And I was just I knew this girl
good Lord,
that he was chasing.
Did y'all hear anything I said? Oh, what's going on, Lori? Yeah, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, y'all. Can y'all hear me? My bad. Now we hear. Y'all didn't hear anything I said. I said, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Candace sitting here looking like a scorned woman. And for that scripture to be in the Bible was a warning message from God himself. There is no fury in the hottest parts of hell that can match Candace Owens' fury. Or any woman. Bible was not specific. He didn't just name Candace. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. That is the word of God. Tell your neighbor, said, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. And Candace is looking like every bit of a scorned woman. Her talking about this and the look she's giving, her stuttering, her body language, you know, there's no limit to how long you can walk around scorned. There's no specifics about that. It's not a matter of, oh, your scorned behavior expires after 6 months. No, you have people that will harbor that vindictive, revengeful, petty ass behavior for years. For years. I might even be able to take it to the grave. Candace, you gonna take this scorned attitude to the grave? Is that what you're doing? No, not hell, purgatory. Candace, you gonna take this scorned woman attitude to purgatory? Since that's what you believe. You know, because hell is hot. Hell is hot. Are you gonna take this with you to purgatory, Candace? It's like Charlie told her no on so many levels. You know, imagine working for him for 19 months. And let's say you spend 12 months traveling with him all over the world. Picture it, Sicily, 1942. And you're trying to get close to him, and he's, you know, treating you with respect, probably too good, more than what you deserve. For sure. Treated you like you were his traveling buddy wife. You know, and at some point probably trusted you. And then after 19 months, he fires your ass because you're saying dumb things, and he realized the person he's really getting to know, he can't stand it. Now, of course, he maintains some level of respect with this, and he never goes out and bash her, which you don't have to bash someone to hold them accountable and to be transparent and honest. At the very least, give us a heads up. This person is petty, vindictive, and revengeful. And hell hath no fury like a scorned woman. And he fired her and had probably good reason to do it. And imagine now, at least 6-7 good years later, you're sitting here lying about your friendship, can't provide one shred of evidence to show that you were even communicating with him between September of 2024 and September 10th of 2025. Not one piece of evidence. You can't even show evidence that you attended a school or college. And then he turned you down on a romantic level, time and time and time again, dated other women in front of your face, and turned around and got married. Can you imagine her becoming this bitter, scorned woman? I think George was definitely in agreement. That's how I feel. That's my opinion. Because this lavender marriage seems to be mutually beneficial. George gets to become a U.S. citizen, and Candace, you know, somehow is just able to lie like hell, and he stands behind the camera. Plus, how ironic that they both wanted to take over TPUSA. We read an article. Saw an article in another video where that was one of George's goals. He was one of the high-ranking people at TPUK. So what is the irony? That two people who both desire to take over TPUSA, TPUK, end up somehow married. No, let's go back. End up engaged after 18 days. And then a few months later, not even a full year, a few months later, have a whole wedding. You don't let him knock you up with 4 kids. And here you are obsessing over Charlie Kirk to the point where you're stalking his widow and not giving a damn about his kids. No evidence to show that you and him were friends or communicated for a year before his death. And you unfriended each other on social media. He did not invite you to his wedding. All of that venom and angst and hatred and animosity, that vindictive, revengeful, petty demon in her, all it did was fester and grow bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. The more time that passed, the more vengeful, petty nonsense she built up. Because not only did she not get the man, she couldn't even keep her damn job. So, for all those who understand intent, you can imagine why I keep asking Candace, because, we're just asking questions. How much money did you pay Tyler Robinson again? We're just asking questions. Because it seems to be one theme and one common denominator in this. Candace doesn't know how to let go of shit. She will harbor all of that anger and scorn, revenge, hate. She will harbor that in for years. And ironically, you and George Farmer want to take over TPUSA and TPUK. And you actually thought, Candace, that you would be the next CEO if something happened to Charlie Kirk. And now look, what you thought you planned out very carefully did not fall into place the way you thought. Same thing with that correspondent dinner. You're stalking Erica Kirk. You know exactly where she was sitting. And the government still couldn't get to her. And here you are talking about her in her hotel room and not necessarily focused on, as you put it, Trump being the target in your world. We know better. I have been saying this whole time, I don't think Trump was the target. I think Erica Kirk was. And I think that's why she got so mad when Erica Kirk canceled that UGA event. Because whatever happened at that White House correspondent dinner, I truly believe and feel that Candace planned for that to happen at the UGA event. She doesn't care if she's sitting next to the president or the VP. And it would have been easy for her to just kind of blame this on some dude just going for a third attempt on Trump's life because he's already had 2 attempts. So how convenient is it that someone who's already had 2 attempts on his life, that is the current sitting president, with all of the Secret Service and protection around him, once again, at all events, there's another attempt at this dinner when it could have been en route to anything else if you let Brandon Tatum put it. If you let him be the judge of it. Now, the danger is on the way to the event and not there at the event, even though there's not one example Brandon Tatum can give of Donald Trump having an attempt on his life on the way any damn where. All attempts were done at the event itself. But it would be convenient for Candace to just say, well, this is another attempt on Trump's life because, third one's a charm, I guess. I don't know. Why people get distracted from the fact that Erica Kirk just so happened to be there. And Candace is focused on how she looked in a hotel room. Why didn't this work? Why was she there? Why was she not where I thought she would be and I expected her to be? Candace, I told you I see through you. And here you are sitting here looking like a scorned woman talking about Charlie Kirk. Yet again, dating another woman, and it was not you.
It's kind of one of the worst kept secrets. It was like me and Don Jr. were trying to help him navigate this. And, because I was always with Charlie, basically every time this other girl would text him, like I was texting her back. Like I basically had to become a lesbian for a year. As he just goes, like, what should I say back? I'm like, at some point you're gonna have to text her yourself. Like everything you'd screenshot. What should I say? Blah, blah, blah. And like,
that boy, no, you didn't. That boy didn't need your help. He got when she like a former Miss Arizona? Erica Kirk was a Miss Arizona, right? She won a whole pageant. He may have been nervous in the beginning, but I just don't see him being the type where he's all of a sudden too shy to approach a woman, ask her to go out on a date, and actually court someone. If you're saying that he had other women he dated before he got married, why do you think he would need your help to help him date another woman? Why are you texting her? Candace, you not understand how weird and stupid that sounds coming from you. The average person, I don't care if your best friend actually lived with you and might be your brother. I don't care if your best friend is your actual brother. How many men you know is going to let someone text their girlfriend or some woman he's interested in for a whole year to help him date her? To help him date the other woman and not Candace? Who in the world would do some shit like that? What real man would allow what's supposed to be his subordinate to text a woman he's dating for a whole year? He can go out and do debates all day, every day, exercising First Amendment rights. But yet and still, he can't communicate with a woman for a year. And he's supposed to be in a relationship with her. And you're texting her from his phone? This is crazy as hell.
This other girl would text him, like, we're trying to help him navigate this. And, because I was always with Charlie, basically every time this other girl would text him, like I was texting her back. Like I basically had to become a lesbian for a year. As he just goes, like, what should I say back? I'm like, at some point you're gonna have to text her yourself. Like everything you'd screenshot. What should I say? Blah, blah, blah.
But you can't, no. And you know what's so crazy? He's not here to defend himself. He's not even here to debunk that, because she can easily say, well, you weren't there. I mean, even if you look at the phone and see the messages, if she's sending the messages from his phone, of course it's going to look like he sent them. My whole thing is, why would you say this? Why would you even say that out loud? That is disturbing to hear. What you mean you sent them? I don't think he would appreciate you saying you had to become a lesbian for a year. A year. Out of the 19 months you worked for him, for 12 of those months, you were the one texting his girlfriend from his phone. You can't make this up as if it were him. What?
Worst kept secrets. It was like me and Don Jr. were trying to help him navigate this. And, because I was always with Charlie, basically every time this other girl would text him, like I was texting her back. Like I basically had to become a lesbian for a year. As he just goes, like, what should I say back? I'm like, at some point you're gonna have to text her yourself. Like everything you'd screenshot. What should I say? Blah, blah, blah. And like kind of, he always.
What you mean? What should I say? Weren't you in a relationship with some dude for 7 years before George? Candace, we heard from Laura Loomer that you left the boy hanging and he didn't even know you broke up with him when you accepted George's after 18 days, you accept his proposal for marriage. And you were allegedly in a relationship for 7 years. And the boy didn't even know you broke up with him. Because that's what we heard. And somehow you have to help Charlie Kirk with his relationship? Are you out of your damn mind? Why do you even have his phone? This is the possession that she thought she had over him. Probably one of the other reasons why he fired her ass. Look how possessive she sounds. She already easily admits to being obsessed over his assassination, watching him be assassinated over and over again, and now his widow, Erica Kirk. She has said those words herself. I am completely obsessed with this investigation. I'm obsessed now with Erica Kirk. The hell are you talking about? Girl, you giving Basic Instinct vibes. This is beyond a scorned lover. This is Basic Instinct. And people don't want to believe that this heifer, it actually admitted to stalking Erica Kirk. When this is the amount of control she had over Charlie Kirk, allegedly. And Candace, this is a dumb lie that would be hard to debunk because, Charlie Kirk is not here to defend it. He's not here to speak for himself. And if you sent those texts from his phone, man, how would anyone go about proving her wrong and debunking her? Unless it came from the other person that was in the room. This is madness. I hope that ex-girlfriend of Charlie Kirk's come out and debunk her dumb ass. This is crazy, Candace.
Really obsessed with. And this girl.
Why are you using words like obsessed? He was dating her. Why does it have to be an obsession? Only you obsess over things and over people. Are you kidding?
Marriage. I won't get into too much detail about the time before he met her. It's not offensive to the marriage. It's like obviously people try to date before, and he was trying to date this girl that he was totally obsessed with. And this girl that he was chasing, it's kind of one of the worst kept secrets. It was like me and Don Jr. were trying to help him navigate this. And because I was always with Charlie, basically every time this other girl would text him, like I was texting her back. Like I basically had to become a lesbian for a year. As he just goes like, what should I say back on the show? At some point you're gonna have to text her yourself. Like everything he'd screenshot. What should I say? Blah, blah, blah. And like kind of, he always believes if I
Candace, so you admitting you screenshot his phone? What were you screenshotting to send to his girlfriend in his phone? Like everything he screenshot. Or were you screenshotting it and texting it to yourself? Candace, you're batshit crazy. And obsession is the correct word to describe you. Why would you put that on him? Why would you say that he was completely obsessed with this girl? What do you mean? So he shows an interest in another woman and you call it an obsession. To the point where you felt like you had to text her for a whole year? Not like a one-time emergency only type of situation. No, voluntarily for 12 months. What you mean? You only worked for him for 19 months. She didn't even make 2 years.
Screenshot. What should I say? Blah, blah, blah. And like kind of, he always believes if I work hard enough, I can get this girl. That was his mentality. And he was just obsessed with her. Like reading back on those messages of this girl who then became one of my best friends and was in my wedding.
Wait, reading back on what? So do you have the messages? Because wouldn't they be in his phone? So you have these messages, Candace? Yeah, that makes sense. Her screenshotting those messages and texting them to her number. So she can have them forever. Candace, what did you plan on doing with those messages? I mean, were you going to try to blackmail him or something? What the hell was going to happen here? The terminology she's using here in this, talking about he was totally obsessed with her and said it twice. Girl, you ain't fooling no damn body. But, her cult members swear that they care so much about Charlie Kirk and they want to get justice and blah, blah, blah. But they have nothing for this. They have no quarrels with this. They think that Charlie Kirk needed Candace's help, of all people, to have a girlfriend for 12 months. The hell you mean?
And he was just obsessed with her. Like reading back on those messages of this girl who then became one of my best friends and was in my wedding because of how much I felt like I was chasing her, because I liked her a lot, that the girl that he was chasing. And I knew that she was going to let him down because it was very obvious that she wasn't into him.
Yeah.
And because he was kind of...
You can't say that. What the hell? What if she was into him and they just realized they weren't the one? Are you serious? Who is this girl she talking about? I know who she talking about. You can't make this up. He said nothing? Donald Trump Jr. has said nothing about this? This is crazy. Do y'all know this girl's name? You say you emailed the video? Which video? This is crazy. Worst kept secret. I don't understand. So what? God, oh my God, this girl gonna have to respond to this because that makes no sense. You're expecting her to believe that Charlie Kirk was so shy that he needed your help to maintain his relationship for 12 months. Perhaps he found out that you were screenshotting his messages, Candace, and texting them to yourself because you are totally obsessed with Charlie Kirk. Even after death, you're still obsessed with him. What kind of buffoonery? Oh my God. This is, oh my God. Does anyone know the name? And she was the best friend in the wedding. What the hell? You can't make this up. Didn't Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk go to her wedding? So you mean to tell me Charlie Kirk went to the wedding? Was he one of the groomsmen? Oh, y'all, boy, she's lying like hell. I think it's someone who is in her wedding party because if you notice, Charlie Kirk and Erica never took a picture with Candace together at the wedding. Erica only took a picture with her beforehand. Exactly. So who is she referring to? I know y'all, boy, she's lying. This is video from Joshua Carr. What happened with Joshua Carr? Post team stock. Graham. Okay, I'll check it in a second, Juju. Hold on tight. Order Tina, hey Tina. Order, she is telling the story to cover her ass because people are saying she is a lesbian, and if the girl ever came out for whatever reason, she will say it was for Charlie. That's what it sounds like is happening here. She was the best friend at the wedding. No, it makes sense. Because think about it. If she's saying this person was her best friend in her wedding, okay, we can find out who was in the wedding. But would she agree to any of this? Does she even know that Candace was texting her from Charlie's phone for a year? You think I would want someone to interfere like this into my relationship with a man that is a public figure now? And I find out that the subordinate traveling with him that worked for him for all of 19 months has been the one texting me for 12 months in my relationship with this man. As if he was super shy. He was so shy and could not muster up the strength to send her a text on his own. Somehow Candace needed to carry their relationship. Are you kidding me? Candace, this is the absolute dumbest lie ever. And what's worse, like I said, Charlie Kirk is not here to defend himself on this. The only other person that could even speak out on that would be that other woman. And she was your best friend at your wedding. Is the name Samantha? That's yo, this is crazy as hell. Oh my God. Oh, you can't make this stuff up.
Because I liked her a lot, that the girl he was chasing, and I knew that she was going to let him down because it was very obvious that she wasn't into him.
Yeah.
And because he was kind of young in those ways, and she was younger than him, but younger girls, older guys, sort of a thing. And Charlie, I basically kind of forced him, and I was like, you need to go sit down with her and you need to ask her. Like, it's been a long time. I've been messaging this girl a lot, and I think you need to just sit down and say, is this something or it's not? And I knew she was going to let him down, and she did. And
wait a minute, what do you mean you knew she was going to let him down? If you're texting her for a whole damn year, I mean, wouldn't it be obvious, you know, you come to the conclusion like, damn, what the hell? What's going on with these two? Why are you texting me from his phone? You mean to tell me this whole time I've been communicating with your dumb ass? Why? Charlie Kirk was a grown-ass man. What do you mean? I knew she was going to let him down, and she did. But she was your best friend at your wedding. And somehow you knew she was going to let him down? How would she feel hearing this? Is the woman's name Samantha or Savannah? This is crazy. Man, this is new to me. Oh, you're welcome, honey. I got the video link, Juju. This is crazy. Candy loves Samantha. Y'all, so was Samantha the ex-girlfriend of Charlie?
And he was heartbroken about it. I mean, like truly, truly heartbroken about it. And as someone who viewed him as a little brother, obviously you don't, like, I wanted to like find, like, just like, Charlie, it's okay. Like, you know, you're going to find a girlfriend, whatever. And so when Erica, then Tyler Boyer sets up this, like, I have this person for you to meet. And he comes and he's like, oh, well, she's a bit older. And initially he was like, I'm just going to use her to try to like get so-and-so jealous or whatever. Cause this was like the first date or whatever. And then she was a bit more persistent and giving him the godly spiel. And the messages, and I'm just going through our messages, like, look, this is maybe what God wanted me to have. And, he was sort of wrapped in on,
Oh my God. Wouldn't it be epic if the ex came out and said, she's full of crap? Y'all, you can't make this up. Candace, you are full of shit. Oh my God. Y'all just gonna have to excuse my language. I'm not apologizing for any cuss word that I let out right now. Candace Owens is full of shit. And you're saying all of this knowing Charlie Kirk cannot come out and debunk you. This is absolute madness. This man did not need your help having a relationship. What more than likely happened, Candace got so jealous because once again, it was not her. And she wanted to be with him. And she probably sent messages to this girl's phone. And it was coming from his phone while she's saving the screenshots of the text because she mad that it wasn't her. And she probably put that nonsense in this girl's ear. Who is the damn ex? What the hell? I can't believe this. Now she making it seem like, he wasn't smart enough or bold enough to pick the right woman. And she let him down. And, he's like a brother and all this stuff. Well, this girl was in your wedding and you claim she's your best friend. I hope she cusses you out for days to come, Candace.
And he comes and he's like, oh, well, she's a bit older. And initially he was like, I'm just going to use her to try to like get so-and-so jealous or whatever. Because this was like the first date or whatever.
Charlie Kirk wouldn't be that petty. I don't think he's that petty where he's going to use Erica Kirk that he ended up marrying and having 2 kids with to try to clap back at his ex, to make his ex jealous. Are you kidding me? Knowing how horrible Candace is, I hope this girl, whoever she is, knows that if she's sitting here talking about I was texting her myself for a whole year, then she ruined your relationship. The end. Because Candace wanted Charlie Kirk. She wanted him to herself, and she wanted to be possessive over him. Candace was the one obsessed with Charlie Kirk. Are you kidding? Candace, you're not fooling no damn body.
Obviously, you don't, like, I wanted to like find, like, just like, Charlie, it's okay. Like, you're going to find a girlfriend, whatever. And so when Erica, then Tyler Boyer sets up this, like, I have this person for you to meet. And he comes and he's like, oh, well, she's a bit older. And initially he was like, I'm just going to use her to try to like get so-and-so jealous or whatever. Because this was like the first date or whatever. And then she was a bit more persistent and giving him the godly spiel. And the messages, and I'm just going through our messages, like, look, this is maybe what God wanted me to have.
But see, the Candy ass, oh, they come in talking about Christ is King. Amy Q. If y'all have seen my video I did earlier today, the Candy asses have no problem throwing out their slogan, Christ is King. But somehow, Charlie Kirk, professing to be the Christian that he was, used Erica Kirk to make his ex-girlfriend jealous because you decided to text her for a whole year. Candace, you're lying your ass off. And you know it. And I hope this ex-girlfriend, whoever she talking about, she's sitting here talking about she was in a wedding. Candace, if we sit here and question every single woman in your wedding that you claim is your best friend, I highly doubt they give the same account. They probably don't even know that you were texting her. I believe she was. I just believe she did it be spiteful to try to break up that relationship because she wanted him. The hell? Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned.
He was sort of wrapped in on, hooked on that because Charlie was a Christian. And so when I went to meet her, my thought process was, this is probably just going to be a girlfriend, but I'm glad because this will nurse his broken heart and also other people. And great. Obviously, my first instinct as a woman was that she was older than me. And I just thought that's kind of weird that she would be into Charlie because Charlie's quite young in those ways. He's an absolute genius. He's got so much going for him, but like he's young in those ways.
He's an absolute genius. You're making it seem as if he couldn't text another woman for 12 months. So he's a genius until it comes down to another woman. And because it wasn't you, all of a sudden, you want to try to put yourself up here on a pedestal like he needed your help to have a whole relationship with this woman for 12 months. 12 out of the 19 months you worked for him and traveled with him and spent time with him consistently. And we're not to believe that you were possessive and controlling over him. You are still obsessed of Charlie Kirk. You are obsessed with him, even after death. And that somehow you wanted him to have a great relationship with another woman. You wanted, girl, we're not believing that BS. Oh, you talking about bullshit, Candace. You're making hell hotter. Girl, enjoy that purgatory.
It's like I'm like telling this kid to like wear a suit that fits him, like he was a virgin when he got married. So I don't feel like I'm oversharing here.
What?
And when I met her,
that is oversharing. What do you mean? What do you mean? No. This wench just said, I don't feel like I'm oversharing here, but he was a virgin when he got married. What the hell? Candace. Oh my God. Good God. Now do you all understand why I don't always react to her shows anymore? This is unbearable. Candace, boy, this is one of these things where it's like you got to hear it to believe it. That she actually said this. And the arrogance and the narcissism that oozes from her like radiation, killing everything in sight, is mind-numbing. So he's a genius, but he wasn't bold enough to have a 12-month-long relationship. And you're saying that she disappointed him and let him down. Yeah, because you interfered with their relationship for a year. You probably said a whole bunch of BS to start all kinds of arguments and fights. And you sat there and delighted in that chaos and confusion you created. This man couldn't even date without her getting all overly possessive and controlling and jealous and envious. You all clearly see how jealous and envious she is of Erica Kirk. Imagine the other woman being in the picture. This is insane, Candace. You are a demon.
Hold on. Was Charlie Kirk virgin? Were he what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
So
I
he was
didn't know
very
that.
But that's not oversharing. No one knew that. Like, except his wife. No one should have known that. Why would you share that? I don't feel like I'm oversharing here. What the hell? That's not common knowledge. Once again, he's not here to defend himself. All this yapping she's doing, all this bullshit she putting out here, and he's not even here in the flesh to defend himself. Goodness gracious. Who's his ex-girlfriend? I want to do an interview of her. This is mine, Candace. God, you broke this man up. You broke him up from his relationship. What's going on, Bella? We need all of them to come. Listen, I want to interview the ex-girlfriend myself. We need all of these people to come forward. All these people, listen. Will the real Charlie Kirk ex please stand up? Please stand up. Please stand up. You can't make this up, man. Please email me. I want to interview the ex-girlfriend of Charlie Kirk. Also cold-blooded Christian. Where you at, cold-blooded? I haven't got your email.
It's like I'm like telling this kid to like wear a suit that fits him, you know? Like he was a virgin when he got married, so I don't feel like I'm oversharing here. And when I met her, I just...
Oh, sorry, hold on. Was Charlie Kirk virgin? Were he... What?
That is oversharing.
Yeah, so he was
That's the
very...
epitome of
Yeah,
it.
I mean, he hadn't even had his first
That
kiss.
is so sweet.
Yeah, you know,
Aw.
so that's why he was so unsure of himself in those ways. So confident if you...
But you didn't. Oh, so you were a pro. Because Candace was not a virgin. You know, when you can sit out here and lie talking about it, my mom kicked me out the house at 14 and I lived with a boyfriend for 6 months. It's kind of a given that you two are sexually involved. You had been at it since 14 at least. You can't make this up. Why did you put that out there? Who really needed to know that? This is absurd. Oh, he was kind of a, youngin' in that, in that way. He was unsure of himself. No, he was very confident in himself. Look who he married. He married a Miss Arizona, a beauty queen pageant winner. I don't think Charlie Kirk had a problem pulling in a beautiful, smart woman. But he didn't get some airhead. She got some business about herself. She's educated. She had her own thing going on. And they agreed for her to be a stay-at-home mom. I think for someone who is so young and was able to do what Erica Kirk accomplished, being this beauty pageant winner and all of this other stuff, she's actually well accomplished. I was shocked to see her resume. I was shocked. I was like, oh, good for him. So either he knows how to pick them or he doesn't. How is it that this is two women back to back? You felt the need to interfere and intrude upon when it came to his relationship. You're completely obsessed with both of them. To the point where you are here saying, I was texting her for 12 months, not him. What? But he, turns around and says, he was a genius, but he was just too shy to send a text. What? Candace, you are disgusting. No one needed to know that he was a virgin when he got married. No one. And this interviewer, she is a simp. How much did she get paid for this? Because Candace charges $1,500, isn't $15,000 a minute. Candace pimps herself out. Period. And you mean to tell me you could not say, no, that's a bit private. I wouldn't, man. This supposed to be pre-recorded. You couldn't cut that part out. This wasn't like live stream. This was pre-scripted, pre-recorded. And you mean to tell me whoever this girl is interviewing her could not cut this part out about her talking about him being a virgin till they got married? You know that's personal information. That's not appropriate for someone else to release. And this man, once again, is not allowed to defend himself. He can't even respond to that. If he were alive, because she never said anything like this while he was alive. If he were alive, he would have chewed her ass out by now.
Quite young in those ways. He's an absolute genius. He's got so much going for him, but like he's young in those ways. Like I'm like telling this kid to like wear a suit that fits him, you know, like he was a virgin when he got married. So I don't feel like I'm oversharing here. And when I met her, I just
sorry, hold on. Was Charlie Kirk virgin? Were he what?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. So
I
he was
didn't know
very
that.
yeah. I mean he hadn't even
Wow.
had his first
That
kiss.
is so sweet.
Yeah, you know,
Aw.
so that's why he was so unsure of himself.
But this little dingus couldn't say, no. No, that is very personal. Man, we got to cut that part out. Are you kidding me? If you're too afraid to tell Candace when she stepped out of line, then you could have at least edited this part out. Why would you leave this in the damn video, girl? This is trifling as hell.
In those ways, so confident. If you talk to him about anything else, you could debate anybody.
Candace,
But when it came
trifling.
to the girls, he was young, you know.
This whole story strikes me as
Bullshit.
really weird and strange. Candace is like admitting that she became a lesbian for a year because she was talking to this girl nonstop and doing pretty much
But
everything
yet-
for Charlie. Well, then
Hold on, but yet, what's the slogan? Christ is King. They never say Jesus Christ, by the way. They run around talking about Christ is King, but Candace sitting here talking about I had to be a lesbian for a year. Bitch, please, who you fooling? And he was a virgin until he got married. What you think? Is it because he turned your ass down every single time, Candace? You yeast infection boy. This dumb alien is telling the most personal bit of information you could ever disclose about someone. He was a virgin until he got married. And somehow, her dumb ass says, I don't think I'm stepping out of line here. No, you're wrong. You stepped way out of line. It's already unnerving to hear you say you texted his girlfriend for 12 months because he was so shocked. But he can have national debates on live television about any other topic on earth. But yet, when it comes to him having a girlfriend, I don't know anything. I don't know how text messages work. What the hell wrong with you, Candace? Oh, you dumb demon.
if she was doing everything for Charlie, it wasn't really a relationship for Charlie at all. Like Charlie may have liked this girl, but the feelings weren't reciprocated. And Candace claims that she knew all along, but she didn't tell Charlie.
No, she created
Like she
that
literally
chaos
forced
for
him
you.
to go and talk to this girl. Like, you need to talk to her. Like, it's a good thing for you to talk to her. I'm not going to tell you she's
12
not
months.
interested in you, but you should go and talk to her. Go and do it.
12 months.
And then all of a
But
sudden,
12 months.
he was heartbroken. And you knew he was going to be heartbroken. And then Erica comes along, and she's a little bit older. Didn't say how much older. It's a little bit older, having a dig there at her age. And then started speaking God speak, right? She's a Christian. Charlie's a Christian. Speaks Charlie's language. And then all of a sudden, Candace is like, I just thought she'd just be a girlfriend because she'd helped Charlie's broken heart. But then it became so much more than that. It became so much more than that. And I didn't know what to do after that. This is where the jealousy starts.
Exactly.
The jealousy, because Candace initially
The jealousy starts to reek like that sourdough and yeast infection she's had for 7 years. You can't make this up, man. Candace, you either ruined his relationship or you're lying like hell. I'm going to tell you right now what I see. I see Candace taking screenshots of this man's phone and going into his phone, just like she just took his credit card and booked the trip over to the UK. She says that all the time. You know, I used this credit card and booked the flight, and we went out to TP UK, where I met up with George, ironically, out of nowhere, because I had never heard of him before, even though he ended up being a chairman with TP UK, and his father's a lord, and they got money and shit. No, I never heard of him. I never looked him up. What do you mean? John Mappin never told me about this. The Thetans and Zunu and the goddess, princess, boy, girl, wonder, whatever. John Mappin and his wife, yeah, they never told me about Charlie. I didn't know about George Farmer. My bad. Yeah, I meant to say Charlie Kirk. Oh, no. Because she's obsessed with Charlie Kirk. You mean to tell me that you had a supposed relationship going with the man for 7 years, Candace? Think about this, because you lie like hell. Here's how her lies are running upon themselves. You have a relationship with a man allegedly for 7 years. And somehow, John Mappin and his wife, who are supposed to be happily married, tells you about George Farmer. And you decide, I'm just going to take Charlie Kirk's credit card, book 2 flights to go to the UK, spur of the moment, regardless of how much that may have cost. That round trip ticket had to be something else. And then you just ironically and magically met George Farmer there. While you butchered the concept of globalism versus nationalism and low birth rates and blah, blah, blah. And you want us to believe that you two just met by coincidence. No, you were introduced to him. Both of you have said that. My question is, why didn't you use your own damn credit card to go to TPUK? Why would you use Charlie Kirk's credit card to book that dumbass flight? Did she ever pay the money back? I would have taken out her check. You know, I'm taking this out your check. We don't have to go to the UK. I don't know why you're trying to get over there so quick. It's like she wanted him to go so she could try to make him jealous. And then when she realized, this isn't working, she was kind of in it at that point. And then 18 days later, George Farmer's proposing to her over a Zoom call. Not even in person. Over a Zoom call. And she said yes, because she has no standards. And here both want to take over TPUSA and TPUK. They both want to take over. What they did not expect was Charlie Kirk, to fire her ass after 19 months. And she's been angry and scorned about that ever since. And now Candace has unleashed hell upon Charlie Kirk, his wife, and 2 kids. Can't make this up. Candace, I told you I see through you, you dumb heifer. I see through you, you dumb alien. You ruined that man's relationship because you were jealous and obsessed. Who the hell says stuff like that out loud? 12 months, I was texting on myself. Yeah, he was too scared to do it. What the f is wrong with you? But he ends up marrying former Miss Arizona.
Thought that Erica would be nothing more than just a girlfriend.
Hell?
That's all she was going to be. Nothing more. But she became much more. She became Charlie's best friend, Charlie's confidant. And you, Candace, were thrown to the wayside. And you couldn't handle that.
Exactly.
You could not handle it because you really did care for Charlie at that time.
She was in love with him.
You loved him.
Yep.
And now you hate him.
Obsessed.
It didn't take you long to start hating Charlie.
Nope.
And his wife because of jealousy. You're just telling us all how you felt.
Yeah.
I don't even think you realize that. And again, this is almost screaming to me like a Call Her Daddy podcast. Imagine you're going on a podcast and you're telling everyone Charlie's romantic life details after he's gone, so he can't even speak anything about it.
Thank you.
Erica can't. Well, she can, but I don't think she will. Like, you have to be significantly twisted to do this kind of stuff.
Candace is sick and demented.
To someone you called a friend. Going as far as sharing to people, the whole world, that he wasn't a virgin, or he was a virgin where he got married. Like, that's not for you to say.
It's not.
That's for Charlie or his wife. It's not for you
Candace,
to reveal
oh,
it
you
to the
so
entire
evil.
world. But that's what Candace does. She reveals things to everyone, so you can't tell her anything because she will tell the whole world. I really do feel...
Candace, were you trying to get him to lose his virginity in your obsession over him? Because I think, Candace, you threw yourself on that boy, and he turned your ass down for 19 whole months. He turned you down. You knew what he had going for himself. You wanted to be Mrs. Charlie Kirk, and he was not studying you. Candace, I want you to be angry by the time you get through listening to this video, because I know you listening, heifer. Because you're still perplexed as to why I would email University of Rhode Island. You lying wench. I see through your bullshit, girl. He turned you down. Whether he was a virgin or not is irrelevant to me. No one needed to know that. That was between him, God, and his wife, and whomever he dated. So good for him if he waited to marriage. No one needed to know that. You're doing this out of spite. You vindictive, revengeful, petty piece of shit, alien from outer space. That's all you are, Candace. And now, as I guess your horrible, sick, sadistic, obsessive way of trying to thank Charlie Kirk for giving you a job for 19 months, a salary, letting you book flights with his credit card, not yours, is to sit here and to stalk his wife, who's a widow. I've got sources and direct contacts that live in her residential building. We got eyes and ears everywhere you go, watching and listening. You're not the police. You're not the feds. You're not an investigator. You do not have the authority to stalk anyone. And yet you want to have a kerfluffle saying the government is spying on everybody because we get cameras everywhere we go. Pick one. All of a sudden, your candy ass cult members want to try to downplay you stalking Erica Kirk. That's a whole felony. And you admitted to that. You know damn well there's no rhyme or reason to have sources and direct contacts that live in her residential building, and then you actually put that out there. Like, people with a brain in their right frame of mind would not be able to call that stalking, because that's exactly what it is. Erica Kirk, you're going to have to get a protection order against this girl. I will not put it past Candace Owens that she would not do physical bodily injury and harm to Erica Kirk. I will not put it past Candace Owens that she wants Erica Kirk dead. She wants her out of the way. Because now she's realized, okay, well, I'm not going to be the next CEO because they gave the company to his wife. So now I got to get rid of her. I don't put any of that past Candace. I don't owe her shit. And this girl interfered with his relationship allegedly for 12 months. You know she had to say a bunch of things to that girl if any of this is true. Which, honestly, I wouldn't put it past Candace because that's how petty she is. She would be one of the ones to call the girl on the side while he's in the shower or something, talking about, you know, Charlie Kirk doesn't even like you. He's out here with, you know, other women and flirting and blah, blah, blah. You know, you might want to think about just moving on and getting somebody else. I can imagine Candace telling that girl that. I sure can. She's a mean girl. One of those dumb demons that's stuck at age 16, still acting like a high schooler. And yet she claims that people discriminated against her in high school, while she turns around and becomes the biggest bully ever against somebody that just wasn't even stunning her ass. And all for what? She chose to be scorned. She could have kept living and just moved on. If she had a relationship going for 7 years, why would she care who he dated or who he married? She was in love with him and completely obsessed with him. Y'all, this is something else. I'm gonna have to change the title of this live stream and do Fax Me Watch Party on Wednesday. Because tomorrow we'll be hanging out with the eclectic journalists that'll be here in the LLC on tomorrow. And I'm excited. So we'll do the watch party for Fax Me and then finish this video, the one Juju sent, and Paramount Tactical's video. Does it sound good? Hit the 4. Y'all good with that? Because I don't want this to be too long, because I still have to go to work in the morning and take my son to school and all that good stuff. So we'll do the Fax Me, because that one is about an hour and some change. And I just want a whole live stream dedicated to just that watch party. All right. Yeah, this Candace. Oh, man. Girl, you are such a demon.
Oh, Erica. I really do.
This is crazy.
Having to deal with someone like this, I guess that's why you've got to be very careful who you tell things to, who you become friends with.
I don't know, Angie.
Because it may end up coming to bite you in the backside later on. Anyway, that's enough from me. You guys take care. Be blessed. And I'll see you all in the next video.
That was good. That was good. So we have my brother in Christ, Jay Witt. My brother. He did a video. But let's check out this one that Juju sent first from Josh Carr. So y'all know Josh Carr came over to the LLC and blessed us with a collab. Very nice young man. And if you guys recall, a couple people he know that had to relocate and go live with loved ones and relatives because Candace doxed them and made them targets. Yeah, we're waiting on them to drop lawsuits because that's all Candace got coming at this point. Lawsuits. Candace has no idea how many people she has scorned and pushed to the brink of having their lives put in danger. Where you've got these crazy ass cult members looking for people, committing cyber crimes. And she thinks that that's just going to get swept underneath the rug. Hell no. Sue her ass into oblivion. Candace, you had this coming. You can't make this up. It's like, oh my God, Candace is such a demon. So shout out to Joshua Carr. Make sure you guys go show him some love and support. This will be the only one I'll put into the lineup, because I want to stick to the others that we have, for the sake of brevity. So any other videos you guys want to check out, we'll check it out in the next live stream. But let's get to this. This is Candace Owens' employee leaks. She's a deliberate fraud and knows what hold on. Let's get to it.
Candace Owens' top strategist just ousted her as a fraud, described her whole coordinated strategy. We have the interview and a newly released example of what she's been doing. This basically points to why she's been attacking Erica Kirk in the first place. This comes from an interview that he did with Vanity Fair. His name is Mitchell Jackson. He voted for Biden, by the way. So he has, he's voted for some Republicans in the past, but he is a Democrat for the most part. He's a strategist for many content creators. Here's how the interview went. I have the screenshots of what he said. It's pretty shocking. Ooh. He is just out there. I mean, he's a very flamboyant gay dude, which is my understanding. And he's just willing to tell everybody about Candace Owens' strategy. So he says this. This is how the article says. Owens, Jackson says, again, Jackson is the strategist, has a very clear vision when it comes to content. Quote, she follows her interests every day. It's a surprise what the show's going to be. That's the fun of it, he said. What people don't understand about Candace is that her audience is millennial moms. She has taken the place in the culture, like her show comes out at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard, which is the same time Ricky Lake and Oprah used to be on, Jackson continues. She is daytime television for millennial moms. Jackson touted the recent coverage of Owens, including an appearance on Theo Von's podcast and coverage in the Wall Street Journal, for ranking as one of the top 50 podcasts in America. Quote, "Those to me are wins. There's people who look down on me or look down on this, but they write about it every day." So before we continue, she wants to be the new Oprah. This has been a thing for a very long time. I've had conversations with her former employers who have said,
Candace, Oprah graduated from college. Oprah was educated. You're trying to become a billionaire by flat out lying and getting sued. Has Oprah ever faced a federal lawsuit for defamation? Can anyone, and I'm asking a genuine question here, does anyone know? Has Oprah ever been sued in federal court for defamation and malicious intent? Does anyone know? Let me know. I didn't watch Oprah, but has she ever been sued? In a federal complaint for defamation? Because if not, Candace, you will never be Oprah. I don't even know why you want to aspire after Oprah. Or you can't be your own person. You know you're a gossip blogger. You don't even know how to actually be neutral and impartial. Not saying Oprah was best at that, but good grief. Let me know, Angie, what you find. If y'all see something where Oprah was hit with a federal lawsuit for defamation, please tell me. This is crazy. How you doing, man? Candace is illiterate. Exactly. Candace can't even pronounce basic words properly. It's beret, Candace. Beret. Bureau. Onomatopoeia. Reading. Legitimate. I mean, good grief. Candace, oh my God. Why would you want to be like Oprah again?
Those exact words to me. There is a reason she posts at that time. There's a reason she talks about gossip. And I don't have anything against millennial moms, by the way. I love millennial moms. Nothing wrong with that. But she should not be taken seriously as a political commentator.
Exactly.
And it sounds like from her strategist, she doesn't really even consider herself a political commentator when she's actually being honest about it. She sees herself as a talk show gossip host, I guess. They continued. Owens' success, of course, has come with its fair share of controversies, from her 2024 suspension from YouTube after sharing an interview with Kanye West that included anti-Semitic content, to her exit from the Daily Wire, and recent interviews with Harvey Weinstein and Andrew Tate. On Wednesday, French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife Brigitte Macron filed a lawsuit against Owens for defamation over her conspiratorial claims about the couple, including that the First Lady of France is born of a biological male. A spokesperson for Owens accused Brigitte Macron of, quote, trying to bully a reporter into submission, and said she will not be shutting up. Jackson texted me about the suit. This is what her strategist said, quote, today we have the legal court and the court of public opinion. I live to defend the First Amendment for independent creators. The Macron story is now a free speech story. So again, all of this is about the court of public opinion. That is true for the Macron case, which frankly I care less about because, Brigitte Macron, I don't think she should be defamed, but she is the wife of the French president. Like, she's in a position of power. I think she's going to be okay if people lie about her having genitals. Like, I don't really know how that's that big of a deal personally. If someone said, oh, Josh, you're a woman, I'd be like, okay, I don't care, whatever. Like, go about your day. Even if you...
Well, here's the thing. I mean, honestly, I don't think Brigitte Macron was really stunning her like that until Candace started trying to take away her motherhood. When Candace started accusing her of taking over an identity and that she did not give birth, that hits different as a mother. I don't care what anybody say. Someone lying and saying you did not give birth 3 times? The hell you mean? So now she has to defend her motherhood in all of this. And you got to remember now, they had already been through that with 2 other journalists in their own country, in France. You had 2 French journalists, a medium, a seance, or whatever happened. They had already been through that. They had already taken people to court for the same nonsense. And they sick of it. But when you start going after that woman's motherhood, and you're saying those are not her children, the hell you mean? Girl, I would have cussed her behind out. You're not going to sit here and tell me I didn't give birth 2 times. I got the C-section scars to prove it. The devil is a liar, and so is Candace Owens. She tried to rob this woman of her motherhood, lying about her giving birth, saying these are her children, when a DNA test can prove otherwise. What you mean? You understand, Candace doesn't care about science, right? Because that's what this comes down to. It's a matter of biology and human anatomy. All they have to do is produce scientific evidence that Brigitte Macron was born a woman. And if it came down to proving maternity, that's a DNA test. And if you do a genetics testing, it'll actually tell you how this person is related to you. Genetic tracing. You know, hard words that Candace can't define, or spell, or pronounce. That's all Brigitte Macron would have to do. Her and her 3 daughters get genetics testing done. They do a trace. And those test results will tell you that they're related and how they're related. You cannot deny this woman of her motherhood, no matter how you put it, and not expect her to put your ass in place for it. People aren't just going around with a large platform saying Candace did not have those 4 kids. Those are not her children. I mean, we could. What if everybody started saying that about Candace? Candace didn't give birth to those 4 kids. Those are not her kids. She's an alien, remember? These babies were grown in green pods or something. Now it came from George Farmer. What if people start saying that about her? Wouldn't we be wrong to lie about something that can easily be debunked with DNA testing? I mean, you got to understand what a woman goes through to even be pregnant for 40 weeks. Insurmountable. My back hurt for months. Kidding me? The audacity for a dumbass cult member to sit here to try to challenge my motherhood. The hell you will. Kick rocks. What do you mean? No. Like I said, I don't think that she would have really, bucked back too hard if Candace would have said, okay, we got our laughs and giggles in, she's born a man, blah, blah, blah. Moving on. No, she kept doubling and tripling down and then said, those are not her kids. Oh my God. No. Them's fighting words. Candace should have got her ass whooped. I ain't even lying. Candace, why don't you go to France and let Brigitte Macron beat your ass for a minute? You tried to take away her motherhood. We don't play that. And if anything, Candace running around here procreating all over the place. She would not want anybody to say that about her. Not to that extent. Not where you're sitting here trying to detach her from her own children. The hell you mean? Child, no. No, and this isn't against Joshua Carr. I love him. He's a sweetheart. But I think it gets to a point as a mother where you're like, okay, this is a bridge too far. Now you're trying to say I did not have my own kids and you weren't there in that OR with me when they cut me open. Girl, if you don't kick rocks and go to hell, I would have went in on Candace. Are you kidding? Nope. No. You say a lot of things, but you're not taking away my motherhood. Hell no.
Made 50 podcasts about it. It's like, I don't really care. But clearly she's doing this about Erica Kirk as well, which I do care about. She cares about the court of public opinion. Because even if she can get a leftist off, even if, for example, Tyler Robinson goes to jail for his whole life, she can win the court of public opinion. And she can tell everybody that that jury was not legit, that they were plants from the FBI or the CIA, and that Tyler Robinson is wrongfully in jail and Erica Kirk really is the one who did it. And even though that will be a win for Erica and Charlie, that, his killer will be in jail, that's great. But if everybody does not believe it, that is still damaging for Erica Kirk. This is how this article finishes. And this is truly shocking because it just so blatantly shows what's happening. Jackson says the following. Jackson's guiding philosophy is that, quote, divisiveness is key, which Owen shares. Quote, some people have to love you, but some people have to hate you, he argues. The secret to longevity in the spotlight is leaning into the controversy. Quote, the people who hate her and send out clips every week to the same 10 Twitter accounts are really helpful for promoting the show. I don't want them to stop. So this really clues us into how Candace thinks. She is doing this deliberately. Now, I think she does justify this in her head. We've talked about this in the past. Does she know what she's doing is wrong? Or is she just...
Yes, she does. You know why? Because Candace, I see through you, you dumb heifer, does not care what type of attention she receives. That kind of goes with the territory of being a narcissistic cult leader. She doesn't care if she gets negative attention. She just wants the attention. It doesn't matter whether it's positive or negative. I'm going to call her bluffs all day, but I see through her and I see what she's doing. Candace not fooling me. She knows exactly what she's doing. And she feeds into that by trying to pull on emotional heartstrings, by trying to weaponize people's faith. This whole Christ is King. Candace doesn't care about Jesus Christ or the Word of God. And when you say you can hear demons squealing in your head, you don't have a close relationship with Jesus. That's demonic. This girl is having conversations with unfamiliar spirits. That's a form of witchcraft. Demonic. Nope. Attacking a widow. Violating the word of God with that. Demonic. She has shown way too many times that she is absolutely evil and demonic. And then when she talks about Charlie Kirk and his faith in the video we just heard from Storybox, Erica Kirk was coming around and he's big on this whole God thing. Who describes anything concerning the word of God as this God thing? She can't even be consistent with her own slogan about Christ is King. This is how she talks about Christianity, the God thing. That is the antithesis of someone that is a Christian. It's the epitome of a demonic person. She only throws that out when it's convenient because she knows weaponizing people's faith and their emotions works. Getting attention by any means necessary is attention. Positive or negative is irrelevant. It works. She knows exactly what she's doing. All her shows are pre-recorded and pre-scripted. And yet she still says the dumbest ever and attacks people for no reason. When she could easily have people come in and actually write good scripts for her and read the prompter. She knows what she's doing. Candace, how much did you pay Tyler Robinson?
Insane. What are her incentives? I think she knows what she is doing deliberately.
Yeah.
I still think she justifies it to act like it's something good, but she fully realizes what she is doing.
Yeah.
Her strategist here admits it. She is saying the craziest thing possible. If, for example, her first episode on Erica Kirk had not done well, she would not have continued it because it would not deem itself to be the craziest thing possible. If people had come out and been like, this is a weak theory, it would have been a one episode, one and done. But it did very well. So she kept going and continues to do so to this very day. As an example of this, Nathan Livingston put together a really good video showing how Candace makes outrageous claims and then later uses the reactions to that claim as evidence for them being true. Take a look.
What is going to be the result of revealing that sort of information? The reaction to it. This is how you always know the give is they overreact to something and then the military bots make it a trending story. Like there's no way this was trending. This guy correcting me on the timing for everyone to freak out about something so minor. That just tends to be the pattern. Like I was saying about the Egyptian planes, when they overreact, it's because we hit a nerve. There's something there with the Egyptian planes, especially because you keep pretending like it's not weird. Put it at a percentage that you saw that the girl in the ponytail matches the description of Erica Kirk. What percentage would you put that at?
That's 95 to 99%. That was that person. They were there.
Yeah, no, never mind the cameras all over the military base. Did y'all know there were cameras installed all over the military base? And he got put out of the military base because he had a bag. They thought something was in it. And he was being a nuisance because he's an idiot. You can't make this up. Despite video evidence from all the cameras on that military base, he still sat there and said 95 to 99%. And she never said one time, did you take a photo of her? Did you live stream, do a video? Are you able to get video footage from the military base? At least from the alleyways and the roads or whatever. Anything at the checkpoint gate? Can you get that body cam? Can you think we can interview the guard at the gate that has to look at your ID to let you on? Is there a way to interview that person? No way to vet and confirm any of this BS that video evidence could easily debunk. And she wonders why she's being sued. Yeah, Candace, you got more federal lawsuits coming, girl.
We didn't know what it was going to lead to. And I was like, I couldn't have been more deferential in saying that this could literally lead to nothing. The reaction has now made this feel so crucial. And this reaction, rather than being forthcoming, is why it suddenly feels like, okay, this is important because no one's acting normal. Brigitte Trogneau was born April 13th, 1953. Ironically, the same date that the MK Ultra program came into existence. Speaking of MK Ultra, the first book we're going to be reading is Chaos, and some of those themes may be relevant as we go along with this series. They would experiment psychologically through ice.
Candace does not read. You know what she does? She gets a summary of the book. That girl don't read shit. Not when you can't pronounce the word beret properly. Beret. Bureau. You know, the very thing you strive to imitate. The CIA. A whole bureau you want to imitate. Break many laws to do it. This is crazy. This girl does not read books. She'll get a summary and they might read it to her. George might have to read her the summary of the book as her bedtime story. Isolation through drugs, LSD, drugging people. Emmanuel Macron spent a ton of time isolated throughout his childhood. And then also recognized that the majority of the documents pertaining to that program were destroyed. So we don't know just how global that program went at a time when we know that the MK Ultra program was running, and there is something very, very wrong there. Too many comparisons is what I would say. But he randomly includes in this lawsuit that I bring up MK Ultra. Why are Brigitte and Emmanuel upset that I mentioned that on episode 2 of this series? Series is about your wife having been born a male. Why is it that triggered the couple? Seriously.
She is a child throwing a tantrum. She's looking at you to see if you'll react. She wants that ammunition to show her audience so that they will believe that she's being persecuted. She's not a victim. Nobody is persecuting her. She is persecuting other people. But if we call her out, then suddenly she is the victim and she can claim that people are trying to silence her, for example, when in reality, of course, she's being rightly criticized for making outrageous lies. And this brings up a fundamental difficulty with Candace, and this was alluded to in that article. I've seen many of you comment on the show, stop talking about Candace. She just wants the reaction. She's a toddler, like I just said. To a certain point, you're right. And her strategist says, I hope these people continue. But that is the hard position that we're in. We have to decide between ignoring a child on one hand and then on the other hand, calling out the lies. And as a commentator, I think it's my job to call out the lies. I think that's more important.
Yeah, as an independent journalist, I will continue to do that. The hell? Candace wants this girl dead. This girl got 2 kids, small babies, that are getting death and kidnapping threats. We're not going to stop talking about it here. We're going to continue to talk about it until Candace starts losing all of her lawsuits and has ran out of money and no one takes her seriously. It should be laughable the number of views she's getting. She shouldn't even be breaking 5,000 views. Candace, those bots need to be upgraded. You want to talk about everybody else having bots except yourself. It's funny how that you never admit to having bots, and you do. You know you have bots. I just want to know how much you're spending money on them. She puts it under social media fundraising. Candace uses SEO campaigns, figures out how to get these bots to help pump up her algorithm. And go figure, all the money you think you've earned, Candace, you're going to have to pay out in judgments issued against you from a court of law. And you cannot file bankrupt to avoid paying an actual settlement or a judgment. You go to court and lose, and you ordered to pay $20 million to Brian Harper, because I think that's how much he should ask for. You ordered to pay $20 million. You can't declare bankruptcy to avoid paying that $20 million. Nope. Your bum ass is going to be stuck with that bill. Do you hear me? And if you don't believe me, try it out. That way the FBI can lock your ass up. Bankruptcy fraud is real. Many of people have gone to prison over bankruptcy fraud. So pull that stunt if you want to, Candace. I hope they pierce all your LLCs. When Laura Loomer going to do another Loomering again? I'm waiting on it. Come on, Laura Loomer. We need another Loomer session.
Even if she wants it to happen, because far too many people stayed silent for too long. When I started talking about Candace Owens, nobody would talk about her. Everyone refused to do so because they wanted to keep the coalition together, or they were afraid that she would come out and defame them. And there were a few people who were willing to stand up and just say, no, I'm just going to call out the lies. I don't regret it. I don't. And I know she's looking for reaction. It doesn't matter. I think commentators have the responsibility to be clear and to call out the lies. I do think we should be careful and pick those battles wisely. Guys, I'm excited to share with you a tool that I use to do.
Yeah, that is amazing. He's going into his sponsors. Shout out to Joshua Carr, honey. Shout out to Joshua Carr. Let's get in Jay Witt and then Gary Impairment Tactic and go from there. I appreciate you all tuning in. Before we get to Jay Witt video, let me get in some supers. Look at God. Won't he do it? Make sure you guys go check out all these fantastic content creators and subscribe to my second channel. There it is there in the highlighted portion, the Lady Luck Club Sweet Tea. Please go check that out. We're going to be talking about some court cases and lots of true crime over there, which is actually one of my personal favorite topics. It is, unfortunately, crime happens all the time. So understanding what's going on in these cases is crucial to understanding how the law works, how courts interpret the law, you know, what would be reasonable punishment or sentences. And then, you know, just honoring those people who may have lost their lives. And it's unfortunate how people think that they can just take somebody's life. Candace, when the hell are you going to stop stalking Erica Kirk again? Can't make this up. So check that out over there on the Lady Luck Club Sweet Tea. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Jay Witt's YouTube channel link there. Make sure you guys go and show my brother some support. And we got Edie Marie, who's up in, I guess she's still here. I don't know. Edie, if you're still here, shout out to you. Make sure you guys go show her some love and support as well. Checking out the story box. We got Joshua Carr. Thank you, Ginger, for the $10 super. Let this be a lesson. Cure that jealousy before it turns to envy, strife, or something much worse. 100. Exactly. I do this because I don't want to see anything happen to those kids. They need They deserve both parents here. But they need their mother. They've already lost their father. And here Candace is putting them and their mother in mortal danger every time she opens her mouth and says Erica Kirk's name. And I don't put it past Candace that she would pay someone to do something to Erica Kirk. Candace, how much you pay Tyler Robinson? We're just asking questions. Thank you so much for the $10 super. I appreciate it, and I'm in total agreement. That's why we keep talking about it. Shout out to Jacqueline for the $4.99 super. Any found docs that Savannah no longer lists. Artie found docs that Savannah no longer lists Candace Owens as employer. CO removed Savannah as one of her producers just of last week or so. What? Oh, y'all. See what happens when you're working during the day. You miss out on all the excitement over there on X. What the hell? Candace, you can't keep an attorney or a producer. Quite frankly, Savannah should have left the moment George Farmer gave up her phone number to the police for his DUI and weapons charge. You can't make this up. So all of a sudden, Savannah is gone. Wow. Has Candace said anything about that? Y'all, oh man, this live is going to be too long if we got to go to X and look at those posts. We'll have to do that in the next live stream. Can you email me the video link and we'll check it out in the next live? Jacqueline, if you don't mind, send it to me. Or y'all tag me in. Mindy's pretty good with doing that too. Y'all will tag me in something in a hot minute over there on X. You can't make this up. Shout out to Artie. Thank you for the $4.99 super. Jacqueline with the $1.99 super. Candace Owens and Erica Kirk are both 37. Another lie. EK not older. That's what I'm saying. Dude. They're the same age. Candace, you lie like hell. Girl, you lie like hell. Yeah, she's so jealous of Erica Kirk, she doesn't know what to do. Candace, are you mad because you never became Miss Arizona? Oh, you dumb demon. Can't make this up. Thank you for the $1.99 super. Let's see here. Jackie said, yes, he is a very nice person. Oh, Joshua Carr, he is a sweetheart. And Juju gifted a Lady Luck Club membership. So if you have received an LLC membership, make sure you thank Juju. Thank you so much, Juju, for your support. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the financial support, all the supers, Cash App, Zales that you all send. It is an absolute blessing. And that reminds me, I got to pay the internet bill. Xfinity is $70. You can't make this up. Candace, that's why you're not worth the $25 for me to verify a degree that you might not even be connected to you. Could be related to another Candace Owens. Can't make this up. She the worst. Thank you so much for that. All right, y'all. Let's get back to this. Tune in on Jay Witt. Make sure you go show him some support. Let's go.
Erica is absolutely innocent in this. I think I would just have more questions. Like, why'd you lie to me?
Are you serious right now, bro?
Demons are monsters.
I know that heaven and hell is real. And so I am not bending the knee to Satan. Not for money. You can't take that with.
Not for money, but you bending it for something else? Candace, you care to share what Satan promised you? Because you definitely bending. You and George are bending. Go figure. He might be bending one way and you're bending in another, but both of you are bending. Candace, you're a demon. You hear demons squealing. You said you know the sound of demons squealing. No one says that. That is not a normal thing to say. I know the sound of demons squealing. What? The devil is a liar. Why are you here? No one says, have y'all ever heard anyone else say that? Candace is the only person that crash landed on our planet to ever utter those words. I know the sound of demons squealing. And she said this in a whole video. The candy ass is going to conveniently forget the dumb things she says, but she said it. I know demons quit. Oh, that's so demonic. This is the same one that believes that dead people are visiting her in her visions. You know, unfamiliar spirits that the Bible refers to as witchcraft. And yet you're not bending.
That heaven and hell is real. And so I am not bending the knee to Satan. Not for money. You can't take that with you when you go.
So she bending it for something else. Is it the fame and fortune? You have no problem spending a bunch of money. Whatever happened to Blexit, Candace? What happened to Blexit? Yeah, okay, Heifer.
For houses, not for cars. I am not exchanging my ticket to heaven for any of that. I am not exchanging my ticket to heaven for any of that.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap.
Even with all this stuff that's going on, like there's not an ounce of hate I feel you have towards these people, not even tiny bit.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
If Erica Kirk turns out to be super innocent in everything, and we're just, unfairly blaming her of maybe wrong grief or whatever, what would you say to her if that ends up that she's absolutely innocent in all of this?
Oh, God. Stay with.
And here we go.
The screw tape letters.
Talk about your faith.
My faith.
Yes, and how it shows up in your work.
What's that smell in this room? Didn't you notice it, Brick? Didn't you notice a powerful and obnoxious odor of mendacity in this room?
My faith.
Yes, and how it shows up in your work.
It's funny because, as I told you, I've spent the last 2 years studying theology, full stop. Spent the last 2 years studying theology, full stop. Spent the last 2 years studying theology.
Girl, if you don't return that lie to sender, you better. You and the devil are both a liar. Candace, only that demon squilling in your head told you to say that. Even God is laughing at that. Did she say she's studying theology? Peter, come hither. You have to hear this. This is not my creation, by the way. I think this Candace person is a foreign object on this planet. She doesn't belong here, but somehow she got here. So we might as well just laugh at her. God, Peter, Gabriel, every angel in heaven is having a good laugh at you, Candace. Not with you, at you. At your expense. They're laughing at you. God is laughing at you. Y'all, I noticed that it thundered yesterday. Out of nowhere. Was it the time where this video, where she said this? Now it makes sense. It was just thundering and lightning out of nowhere. Because Candace Owens was somewhere lying this bad. Like God was trying to get my attention. Yeah. You obviously hadn't seen what Candace just said. Let me shake things up. Send a thunderstorm your way right quick. I'm sitting here looking at the sky like, wait a minute, how we go from the sun shining to now it's thundering and storming? Because Candace was telling this lie. Candace, you're such a demon. Oh, you such a demon. Don't make me rebuke you, Candace. In the name of Jesus, you're rebuked. You can't make this up.
Boy, if you don't get...
Because I realize I always go back to when I met my husband and I was learning about him. Obviously, we're already, I guess I'm learning about him during the engagement because we were 18 days. But one of the things I thought was so weird.
Theology does matter. Your theology dictates the way you live. Your theology dictates the way you believe. Your theology dictates the way you interact with God and with your fellow man. Your theology dictates all of these things, and your theology dictates the way you approach missions.
And the answer that he gave to me was that everything is guided by theology. The whole world is theology. And it didn't hit me I was just like, okay, whatever.
But what does that have to do with your relationship with Jesus Christ? Because the candy asses keep talking about Christ as King. They insult God every time they say that because they don't mean it. Candace, I don't want you to stop talking. I want you to keep talking, because the more you say the dumb things you say that are verifiably false, the more evidence people have against you to use against you in a court of law. So keep on talking, heifer. But everything that you say, you will have to give an account for it when you stand before God on Judgment Day, even if he sends you right back to hell. You're still going to have to give an account for it. You can't make this up. This demon does not care about this false narrative. She's thinking about theology. But any real Christian knows that it's deeper than that. All of a sudden, you can't follow a scripture when it comes to a widow. Y'all know Candace will never be seen holding a Bible. The Holy Bible. She might hold a book and write Bible on it with a sticky note. But I've never seen her hold a Bible. She'll hold that laptop, though, but not a Bible. She got pictures of crosses back here next to an alien ET doll with a blonde wig. Candace, you know that's your sister. This isn't to do a hit and dig at her sister. No, this is an extra sister that her mommy and daddy did not procreate or give birth to. You brought this alien with you from outer space, and you refuse to return to your home planet. Now you're forcing all of humanity to deal with your nonsense, Candace. Get your ass off of our planet, girl.
Sounds fun. And he had made the decision to become a Catholic, even though he was raised in a strong Anglican household. Very big deal in England to become a Catholic, especially from an Anglican household. I just didn't sort of get what he meant by that. Everything is guided by theology. What do you mean by that? And
because you can weaponize it and then have people believe that you're somehow a Christian when you're not, and you can hear demons squealing. You talk with the dead, Candace, really? When the Bible calls that witchcraft? This girl has never quoted a scripture from the Holy Word of God, by the way.
So my journey was sort of this awakening to, oh no, everything is guided by theology. Like what is your theology actually? What is moving you? He's like, that is the most motivating thing in the world. That is what motivates people, blind faith or an absence of faith. And when I started to, because I was just going to a non-denominational church at this time, and
where did she go to church? I want to hear from that pastor. Candace, when you're a pathological liar, we don't owe you the benefit of the doubt. Just like you need to prove that you attended any class at the University of Rhode Island. And I want a photo or a video of you on that campus going to class for 3 years, along with transcripts, homework assignments from real teachers, projects, thesis papers, reports, essays. I want to see all of it. Otherwise, you didn't go to school. You lie too much. You're a liar. You've made this whole thing about theology because you cannot even utter the word Jesus Christ or the blood because she can hear demons squealing. Demons tremble at the name of Jesus. Yeah, come on, keep squealing, girl.
I now realize that all of these people who are quote unquote Christian influencers, they actually don't believe in heaven and hell.
What?
Right? If you truly believed that there was a heaven and that there was a hell, how would it correct your behavior? What risks would you be willing to take? What would you sacrifice? And for me, I know that heaven and hell is real. And so
she knows hell is real. Candace, Oh, you crawled straight out of Lucifer's toilet into our realm and crash landed on our planet. So this demonic alien all of a sudden is a scholar in theology. George isn't even a scholar in theology, and he went to school. Neither one of them read a Bible or pray or nothing. Has anyone ever heard Candace pray in a video? She can run her mouth all day and lie. She allows lies to come from her tongue up out of her body. Has this girl ever prayed or quoted a scripture correctly in any video that is available for us to see on a public platform? I want to know. Come on, candy asses. Come into this chat. You into at your own peril, but come into this chat. Have your cult leader ever actually prayed in a video? Has she ever quoted a real scripture in any video or any post at all? Now, I don't even want to know in the post because she can copy and paste. Now, has she ever quoted a scripture verbally in a video or said a prayer? You can't make this up. Candace, you're demonic. You're sitting here challenging people on the idea of heaven and hell while you talk about Charlie Kirk being in purgatory. Do you understand how that is not biblically aligned? Purgatory? Girl, go back to Italy.
I am not bending the knee to Satan. Not for money. You can't take that with you when you go. Not for houses, not for cars, not for friends, not for invites to Republican dinners.
But fame. You wanted to be famous, and now you have infamy. I told you, demon. I see straight through you. Sometimes God allows us to see spiritually through things. No, you wanted infamy. Isn't that what you sold your soul for? You could care less about someone being murdered. I've never seen someone take delight and glee in watching someone be assassinated in videos over and over and over and over and over again. The way you sit there calmly and peacefully without shedding one tear or being disturbed, watch Charlie Kirk get assassinated in a myriad of videos from different angles that you profess to obsess over. And you don't even look disturbed. It doesn't bother your soul at all to see this man be assassinated in multiple videos, or to pull up videos and photos of blood in that SUV. You watch that with delight. Candace, you are a disturbed, evil, demonic alien. And you want people to buy this nonsense from you, you pathological liar. You know, it's an insult to God to try to pretend as if you're being honest and truthful. You wanted infamy, and now you got it.
With rubber chicken, not for more opportunities to speak to powerful people in DC.
Yeah, but even Satan disguises himself as an angel of the light. 2 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 14.
Amen.
I am not exchanging my ticket to heaven for any of that. Okay. So.
But she'll sell her soul to be famous. She will sell her soul for infamy. Notice she didn't say that. Everything she mentioned is dealing with having riches and wealth, houses, cars, opportunities that bring in more wealth. She doesn't do anything for free. Candace is not even philanthropic at all. You don't see her giving to charities or anything like that. When has she ever donated $1 million to a good cause? No, she wants the money. She's money hungry. That jealousy and envy, Candace, will land you straight in hell too. So while you're sitting here trying to dodge, one sin over another, it's still sin. You're not even trying to be more Christ-like. You're attacking a widow. But yet have the audacity when someone sues you for lying on them. Child, you better start reading a Bible.
That's what shapes everything. It shapes everything for me. And so that the focus for me and for my husband is to make sure that we do not lose our tickets to heaven, and that our children also do not lose their tickets to heaven. And I would love to see everybody there. I hope everybody comes to know the one true faith. I hope that people realize it doesn't matter if they smear you or libel you or try to embarrass you or try to humiliate you, because this is a blip.
The way you do Erica Kirk, you accuse her of committing a crime while you actually commit a crime by stalking her. God has a way of sitting you down. And it's going to be by you losing many, 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 many lawsuits. And all that money and wealth you've generated will now be shifted to other people you're going to lose all these lawsuits against. May these federal lawsuits rain upon your head. And this is all that you have to deal with for as long as you roam this earth, going to court, facing a judge because of a lawsuit. That's going to be the rest of your life, Candace. Just sit there and grin and bear it. Stop dogging out your attorney's, ethnicity so you can keep an attorney. Get Baron Coleman to represent you for free. I'm sure he'll enjoy doing that.
Life is a blip, blink, it'll be over. And then you are going to be welcomed or rejected into the eternal.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
What the hell?
At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
Everyone.
God have mercy on your soul.
Absolutely. And you know what I love about you? Even with all this stuff that's going on, like there's not ounce of hate I feel.
Are you serious? Ooh, child. You know what's so crazy? They keep weaponizing this word hate and hatred. It is very possible to be neutral and impartial and say Candace Owens admitted to stalking, which is a felony, with zero emotions attached to that. We're just using your words against you. It's that simple. Who is this woman interviewing her? When I don't even expect these podcasters to sit here and have discernment, because this is the same woman that allowed her to sit here and say that Charlie Kirk was a virgin until he got married. And she didn't have any issues with that at all. She didn't even cut it out of her interview, knowing that that was highly inappropriate and no one needed to know that. Even if you assume that to be the case, leave it at that. Let people assume that. That was not Candace's place to tell the whole world that Charlie Kirk was a virgin until he got married. That wasn't her place to put that out there. Funny how she never did that when he was alive. Since he's not here to defend himself, she's just going out of her way to show how evil she is. But you're still committing a felony, Candace. Stalking is a felony. Please understand, I could care less about how your cult members feel. Because when it comes down to it, it's all about what that judge and jury is going to conclude in a court of law. We don't argue and debate laws in the court of public opinion. YouTube is not court. Candace, go to court.
You have towards these people not even tiny bit. After everything they've said, done to you, tried to destroy your family, tried to destroy your show, not ounce of hate. Candace, this is amazing.
Yeah, I don't wake up and because it's
poisonous.
It's poison. I think about that when I think about the Daily Wire. Yeah. You've spent 3 years trying to destroy your enemies. That is so corrupting to wake up every day. I can't imagine, like, to my team, this is the directive. How do we destroy the Daily Wire? It's like, that is, oh God, could you imagine just the cloud that just descends?
And you end up destroying yourself when you do that. That's what happened to
Daily Wire. It is destroying your spirit.
Yes.
You can't.
All the lies that Candace states, starting with her obtaining 2 degrees. And she talks about tainting and poisoning your spirit. But you won't address the scripture in the word of God that talks about you having visions with unfamiliar spirits as being a form of witchcraft that you willfully participated in, Candace. No one forced you to do a video talking about you're speaking with dead people in any vision at all. If you understood the word of God, you would not repeat that or say that, because you would be able to, at the very least, admit that that is a form of witchcraft in accordance with the Bible. We're not going to sit here and say that we're communing with dead people. It's demonic. It's witchcraft. How about the scriptures about protecting and defending widows and children? Yeah, all those scriptures go over her head, but somehow they hate me and blah, 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 and whatever. Girl.
Have success like that. And so I'm surrounded by too much happiness. I obviously just being around children every day. They don't afford you the right to be miserable. It's why I started doing a co-homeschool situation, because I love to deal with toddler problems first. The first thing of the day, deal with toddler problems, realize what really actually matters, what they're grappling with. And it has shaped me and has focused me. And so for me, just like my grandfather, it's faith and it is family.
Demons use words to trick humans. You can't trust a thing they say. They're monsters who learn to speak. That's how the legendary mage Flama defined them. Demons are monsters.
Absolutely amazing. My last question, and we're done here. I know it's not going to end up this way. Like, if I can say somewhere around 100%, it's not. But if Erica...
How are you 100% is not? What kind of percent? Why would you even give a percentage on that? If you're supposed to be neutral, you don't say even though 100% is not. No, you're already starting this off wrong. Her name is Elizabeth. What? She said she wake up to toddler problems. While those toddlers, meanwhile, we got word back from the toddlers, you all. They said Candace was the one that chose to procreate and give birth to us. What you talking about? This is part of motherhood. Dealing with toddlers. Candace, you keep stalking Erica Kirk. That will be the least of your concerns. Once again, I don't give a damn how any cult member feels up in my chat. Keep on responding. We're just keep responding. We're not going to block them. Don't kick him out. I want them to respond while I'm recording. Can't make this up. No, I don't deal with toddlers. It's toddler issues. It's not my fault that they can't go potty break by themselves. It's a toddler issue if they get hungry and want a bottle of apple juice. Yeah, it's a toddler issue. trying to teach them how to read letters and numbers. It's a Tyler issue. That's not my problem. God. Candace, you're so stupid.
Kirk turns out to be super innocent in everything. And we're just, unfairly blaming her of maybe wrong grief or whatever. What would you say?
How is grief wrong? That concept is new to me. How do you have wrong grief? How do you have wrong grief? What does that mean? You have wrong grief or whatever. You can't tell someone how to grieve. That you're trying to have control over someone else's actions. Over free will. You don't get to enforce yourself upon free will. You can't tell somebody how to grieve. She lost her husband and the father of her children. You don't dictate none of that. Who the hell is this? You can't make this up. She said 100% not true. What do you mean? How do you have wrong grief? What does that mean? Oh, man. Candace, you're such a demon. Look at her sitting here smirking. I want y'all to see this is what demons look like when they're taking delight in knowing that they're causing pain to others, when they're breaking the law, when they're stalking, when they're putting targets on people's backs, when they want that person hurt, harmed, and deceased. This is the happiness that they get on their face. And the cult members think I'm supposed to care about how the hell they feel. I do not.
Done here.
Candace, hell
I
is
know
hot.
it's not going to end up this way. Like if I can say somewhere around 100%, it's not. But if
because that's not biased at all.
Erica Kirk turns out to be super innocent in everything, and we're just unfairly blaming her of maybe wrong grief or whatever.
You can't tell someone how to grieve. That's irrelevant to whether you're unfairly accusing her of aiding in some cover-up of her husband's assassination when you have no evidence to prove it. And why didn't she go to the authorities if she dies again? Why wouldn't Candace take her evidence to the authorities? Wouldn't the idea to be to lock up the bad guys? Erica Kirk is not in jail at all. And there's nothing that Candace or Candace Owens can do about it. Because she's not even smart enough to research how to pronounce the word beret. Let alone investigate a murder. Hell no. This heifer can't even prove she received 2 degrees. We owe her nothing. You don't sit here and bow down to demons and their cult members. The hell you mean? You can't say somebody had wrong grief. You cannot infringe upon free will. That woman has the right to grieve however she wants to. You know what's so crazy is that she doesn't pay Candace's rent or mortgage or anything. And Candace doesn't have to pay Erica Kirk's bills either. So why does she care what she does? Candace is obsessed. She's jealous and envious. And I'm going to call it like I see it every single time I go live. I'm going to keep my foot on Candace Owens' neck. And I'm going to be smirking at the end of the day, Candace, when they issue that judgment against you. I'm rooting for Brian Harper to get $20 million. I don't know about you all, but I want to see him win double-digit millions of dollars. And the Macrons. You don't have to like France, but Candace Owens lies like hell. Where are those 2 degrees at?
Would you say to her if that ends up that she's absolutely innocent in all of this?
If Erica is absolutely innocent in this, I think I would just have more questions. Like, why'd you lie to me?
Demons are monsters.
I would seek to understand, and I considered that plausibility, by the way, that like it was everyone around her that was kind of, and she was in a state of shock and she was catatonic. But then when I met her, it wasn't that. When I met up with her, it wasn't that. And
we don't know how it was because it wasn't recorded, because your cowardly punk ass did not want to fly out to Phoenix, Arizona. You know, you could have flown out to Arizona and faced them on national television. They were going to go live to debunk you, which they should have still done. They didn't owe you any grace. They should have still did a live stream show and debunked you statement by statement by statement. And in that way, you would have been forced to answer questions in real time without a script. Because you know she can't do anything without a script. That would have truly shown how incompetent and stupid you truly are, Candace. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I will not apologize for that. And Candace Owens can kiss my ass. And the coat. Keep bending over for Lucifer.
The lies are too devastating. These aren't little lies. These are cover-up lies. The Superman neck.
So you keep accusing her of covering up an assassination? You're still accusing her of being involved in a murder plot? You understand that aiding in a cover-up of a murder is a crime in and of itself? So you're still accusing her of that in real time. Little lies. You got to prove that she lied, dumbass. When you can't say the word beret, no. I don't know. Candace doesn't even know how to gather evidence for anything. And she tries to get the person to respond to use their words against them. And she's not smart enough to do it. Candace, I can do this all day. Unlike you, I pay attention to everything you say. And I understand definitions of terms. You do not. It's bureau. So you trying to do this is why you keep failing. Epically failing. Especially when you don't care. All of this is a PR strategy for you. It's all about public relations. Your cult members still tell on you every time they reiterate how many subs and views you get, because that's all you're doing this for. So they prove my point, not yours. And you're not smart enough to upgrade your bots. They keep misspelling your name. Oh, Karen. Condoleezza Rice Jr., whatever. I don't have anything against Condoleezza Rice. I don't even know that woman. I just know that her cult members called her Condots. And I was like, oh my God. They don't even program to update the name. All right, Karen. Come on, you dumb sheeple.
Lie. Is this AI? Like the first thing, she could just drop the video. She's this chairman and the CEO, instruct them to drop the video. And if they tell you no.
That's not a lie. That's not her lying. You're not privy to that. But yet, you won't ask Mitch Snow to go and get video evidence from the military base to back up his dumbass lie about seeing Brian Harper and Erica Kirk on a military base. So you won't tell Mitch Snow. You're going to have to get video evidence. So I need you to go back to the base or reach out to them and get me the surveillance camera footage. But yet you want Erica Kirk to give you evidence that's being used in a murder trial? Hell no. No. They owe you nothing. You don't even care about the investigation in Utah. You said that yourself. I snipped it, Candace. I snipped the video of you saying, I don't care about that investigation in Utah. Why don't you keep that energy up, girl? Keep that energy up, you dumb demon. You don't care about the investigation in Utah? Okay. Keep that up. Why are we here? If you don't care, you shouldn't have any issue with them having cameras in the courtroom or not. It should not bother you one way or the other. All they're going to do is debunk you, and then you're going to go out and lie about what you just saw and heard in a whole courtroom. Let me tell you something. That judge, not going to take kindly to you calling that judge a liar. I dare you to do it. Oh, yeah. No, they'll get your ass one way or the other. Candace, I dare you to call that judge a liar. I dare you. Y'all know that's all she's trying to do. See, Candace, I told you I see through you, you dumb demon. That's all she wants to do. She wants to watch the hearing so that she can make more episodes off of that because she's weaponizing the death of Charlie Kirk. Just so she can, after she sees the whatever hearing occurs that day, come out and say the complete opposite of everything said in that courtroom. That's what she's doing this for. She wants to be able to continue to muddy the waters. And ever so often, when you have a narcissist that wants to revel over their handiwork, they keep memoirs, little keepsakes, like a prize, like a notch on a belt. It's the only way she will know how much the investigators know. And most people who do heinous acts or they're involved in it, the first thing they try to do is to keep up with all the reporting, to keep up with what the investigators know, and to try to get whatever information they have regarding evidence. Because they want to know how much of this are they getting away with. Not because they care, no. Because they have an interest in understanding how much does the investigator know. What type of case did the prosecutors put together? What type of evidence do they have? Candace, why don't you just go back to Italy again and stay there? You know you want to. You know you want to hide out in Italy while this murder trial is going on. You know it. She just wants to be able to debunk and say, oh, they're all lying. All the evidence is false. None of it is real. And muddy the waters. But she'll have to call that judge a liar. And they don't take kindly to that. Candace, hopefully he has your ass subpoenaed at the court and scolds the hell out of you on national television. Honestly, I wouldn't even care if they gave her a gag order.
Say, I'm going to go live. You have all the power. So it would be hard to imagine a scenario where her hands are completely clean of everything. How dirty her hands are, I don't know. But I do know that you only lie, like I always say, when you are covering something up. So when I say these people are involved in a cover up, that is what I mean. They are lying and they are covering things up. And does it make sense that she has a close relationship with Kash Patel?
Not a
she
crime.
should hate Kash Patel.
Yeah.
Why? Why should she hate anyone? She should hate Kash Patel. Why? Why does she need to hate? You know, the candy asses love to use that word hate. Shout out to the eclectic journalist. How you doing, girl? You ready for tomorrow? Oh, we're going to have the eclectic journalist in the LLC on tomorrow. I'm excited, honey. Hope all is well. Shout out to you. Make sure you guys go and check out the eclectic journalist. Show her some love and support. Oh, celebrity, y'all. Oh, one of the trolls came back. You can't make this up. Celebrity, are you on your best behavior in my chat? What are you doing? And to all those that I have not been able to get to, hey, Sherry, how you doing? Shout out to all of you all. Hit that like button now. Celebrity, make sure you hit the like button. You can't make this up. Oh, man. All right, cool. Let's get back to it. Shout out to the eclectic journalists and all of the supers coming up in here. Eda Marie was with us earlier. Cold-blooded. Still waiting on you to email me, buddy.
Makes sense that she has a close relationship with Kash Patel. She should hate Kash Patel.
Yeah. She should hate Kash Patel. No. No, that's you, heifer. And why do you hate him so much, Candace? You impersonate a CIA investigator every day. Don't act as if you just hate the concept of a federal investigator when you're impersonating one and violating federal laws. You understand that you're using the CIA logo or the likeness and image of it without their permission. They should be suing you for that. The entire CIA should be suing Candace for unlawfully using their CIA logo and the likeness of the image without their permission for millions of dollars. They need to stop letting her get away with crimes here. Erica Kirk's going to have to get a protection order because Candace is actually stalking her. And you can't make this up. Candace, you're becoming a very, very dangerous demon. Did you know that? You can't make this up. Oh man, wow. And y'all understand why I keep my foot on her neck. Candace, she doesn't have to hate Kash Patel. Only you seem to hate. Your cult members hate. None of us have to join you in that nonsense and buffoonery. We don't have to hate anybody. Yeah, if you don't kick rocks, why don't you just say you don't trust the government and keep living? That should not translate to hate at all. No one hates Candace. I don't hate her. I already said I don't want her to stop talking. I want her to keep on talking. All that evidence being gathered up against her. Keep talking, girl. But understand that defamation is not protected speech under the First Amendment. Defamation, especially malicious slander, is not protected speech under the First Amendment. There are consequences to that. And you're about to find out, Candace. And of all people to teach you how it's done, it will be the French president and his wife and Brian Harper so far. Come on, Erica Kirk. Time for you to drop this federal lawsuit on Candace.
Absolutely. And you know what I love about you? Even with all this stuff that's going on, like there's not ounce of hate I feel you have towards these people, not even tiny bit.
Oh my
After
God.
everything they've said, done to you, they tried to destroy your family.
Who said what? When did Erica Kirk say anything to destroy her family? When did Erica Kirk say anything to destroy Candace Owens' family? When did that happen? I must have missed it. I'm not going to some alternate reality, candy asses. So when did Erica Kirk say any words in an effort to destroy Candace Owens' family? Laura Loomer was the one that released the information about the DUI and the battery lane trust. That's not Erica Kirk. Those are two different people. For the bots that, need to be able to compute what I'm saying. Lauren Loomer and Erica Kirk are not one and the same. And that's not destroying her family. Candace is trying to weaponize the aspect of being pregnant to get out of lawsuits. She refused to go to court. You can't make this up. If she felt like she had a case, she would have already went to court at least twice in the Macron lawsuit. Look how bad she's stalling with that. What did Erica Kirk say to break up Candace Owens' family? God, this interviewer sucks.
Tried to destroy your show, not ounce of hate. Candace, this is amazing.
She should hate Kash Patel. She should hate Kash Patel. She should hate Kash Patel.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And I was asked the same question. I was like,
Jay-Witt.
after my post, and I gave a very, very easy answer to people. I have no problem apologizing.
Well, you owe Erica Kirk one right now. And first of all, you owe God one. Because you're sitting here saying she will not be found innocent. as if she's been charged. What has she been charged with? You know, because being an independent journalist, there's certain things you just learn to listen for. What has Erica Kirk been charged with in order for her to be deemed guilty or innocent? No police department, no judge, and no one has brought charges against Erica Kirk. Funny how Erica Kirk is not facing any legal consequence. Maybe I've missed Erica Kirk being charged with something, because this person feels like she should be found guilty or innocent of something. And somehow she's going to be 100%, guilty of what? But none of this evidence can make its way to an actual investigator, the police department, the prosecutor, based on how Candace and her cult members are putting it, to have Erica Kirk held accountable for a crime. What crime was committed? Where's the evidence on that? Why hasn't that been sent over to authorities again?
To anybody, if it comes to that, because we all make mistakes. But right now, Charlie Kirk's case is important enough that I'm willing to risk my reputation and damage and say what I'm saying. Because yes.
Oh, okay. Well, keep hope alive. When you say that in front of a federal court judge, I can guarantee you it will hit different. I want a judge and jury to hear you say this out loud. You're willing to risk your reputation and damage. So don't get mad when an actual judgment is issued against you for damages. If you're going to see, you know what, Candace, you can learn from this girl. If you're going to risk your reputation and damage, understand that it's going to cost you money to say the dumb shit you say where you're lying. Don't get mad if Brian Harper wins $20 million. Candace, are you trying to confirm me telling everyone that you're going to settle? Because you know you don't want to be deposed. She does not want to be put under oath. She does not want to testify. She does not want to be deposed. Her attorneys don't even want her talking. And yet she continues to ignore that. Candace is not going to want any discovery released on her, especially if it relates to her financials. Now I ask you all in the chat, what is the percentage of Candace Owens settling out of court? Go ahead. Let me know in the chat. What is that percentage number that you all believe Candace Owens will be willing to settle out of court? My theory is 99.9999998%. Yeah. Give me the percentage. You can pull a Mitch Snow and do 95 to 99 if you need to. But I smell a court settlement coming down the pipeline because Candace knows she doesn't have a shot in hell with this federal lawsuit. Oh, no. No. You are going to have to pay up. So if you're going to risk your reputation and damage, then you should just go ahead and send over a proposal for a settlement, Candace. Why don't you get Baron Coleman to help you draft that up? He can represent you for free. If you're going to just go straight to mediation and settle out of court, you might want to type something up now, because this will be used against you in a court of law. This right here, where you're agreeing that this is all important enough that I'm willing to risk my reputation and damage, says Elizabeth, agreed by Candace Owens. Boy, when I tell you, Candace, see, I'm a pro at this, girl. And you're still bad at this. And I can do this all day. Oh, come on, say that one more time for me, for the record.
Charlie Kirk's case is important enough that I'm willing to risk my reputation and damage and say what I'm saying. Because yes, Charlie's case is important enough. So no problem with that.
Right.
Yep. She said right. So Candace Owens is willing to risk reputation and damage to say the lies that she's saying. Candace, you might as well go ahead and settle. This will be used against you in a court of law. Let me snip it. And Candace Owens comes behind that and says, right. You didn't disagree. You concurred. Candace, keep agreeing. We're here for it. Willing to risk my reputation and damage and say what I'm saying. Words that will bite you in the ass, Candace. Oh, yeah. Someone send that to Brian Harpo's attorney.
Because yes, Charlie's case is important enough. So no problem with that.
Right. And I'll agree with you 100%. I will say I
I'll agree with you 100%. Come on, girl.
am so sorry. We had it so wrong.
Yeah.
But I can already say we didn't have it so wrong.
Nope.
And I will say I am so sorry.
I'll agree with you 100%, Candace. You keep telling on yourself. Y'all see why I don't want her to stop talking? Why would we want Candace to stop talking? Candace, I know you listening, you dumb heifer. Oh, you dumb demon. Keep squealing, girl. Why would we want you to stop talking when you keep telling on yourself? You agree with her 100%? Yeah, so you're willing to risk your reputation and damage. Just like you told on yourself on X in a post, thinking you were clapping back at one of my lucksters, saying that, I damaged, I defamed Brigitte Macron, but I did it in Tennessee. Girl. Thank you for confirming that you defamed her. Oh, man. Candace, thank you for confirming that you're willing to risk your reputation and damage to keep lying on Charlie Kirk and his now widow with 2 children.
Mistakes. But right now, Charlie Kirk's case is important enough that I'm willing to risk my reputation and damage and say what I'm saying. Because yes, Charlie's case is important enough. So no problem with that.
Right. And I'll agree with you 100%. I will say I am so sorry. We had it so wrong. But I can already say we didn't.
Candace already said she will never apologize. So what are you talking about? Why are you lying like hell, Candace? Celebrity, tell your cult leader. She doesn't need to lie about this. She's already said she will not apologize. And she's already said, sue me. I want subpoena power. I want all the smoke. Whenever it comes to Charlie Kirk, I want all the smoke. Candace, you remember that? I do. Do you remember, Candace, begging for lawsuits? Because somehow you still don't understand what subpoena power means. You, Candace Owens, do not have subpoena power. And you certainly will not be able to demand discovery based on whatever you want. And how do you expect to get that if you keep filing a motion to dismiss? You would never get to discovery. But you said you're willing to risk reputation and damage. So you might as well draft a proposal for the Macrons, for Brian Harper, and any other lawsuit you get hit with. Because you've already said you will not apologize and that you want all the smoke and that people can just sue you because you think you want subpoena power and you understand it. I want subpoena power. We're going to summon up Captain Planet. Captain Planet, he's a hero. Yeah, come on. Keep on singing, girl. Why would I want Candace to stop talking? To the candy asses, your cult leader is listening. Candace, keep talking. And be very clear. And be exact. Because we're going to keep snipping this stuff and sending it over to Brian Harper and his attorneys, Brigitte Macron and Their attorneys. They have a whole law firm coming for your ass. Candace, you have court June 22nd, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You're a good month and 4 days away from that. Go to court. Do not miss that hearing and stop pushing it back, because you're willing to risk reputation and damage to keep lying on Brigitte Macron being born a man. So go to court, girl. Stop stalling. You don't need an attorney. This is a civil matter. You can represent yourself. Candace, do you know what a sovereign citizen is?
Didn't have it so wrong because we've caught her in so many verifiable lies. So
Exactly.
Does it mean that she pulled the trigger and killed her husband? I don't know anybody that's accused her of that, but I have accused her of being dishonest, and I think I've proven my case.
You accused her of aiding in a cover-up of her husband's assassination. That is a crime. And you admitted to stalking her. And then you tried to justify it, all that felonious activity, by saying, well, it's because she lied to me. About what? You're the only one saying she's lied. You have to prove what she lied about. And that it was intentionally relayed as a false statement. You, on the other hand, let me tell you something. So many people will be able to meet malice intent with you. It's not even funny. Brian Harper will slam dunk that one. For sure. As well as Brigitte Macron. You have evidence to prove that this woman was born a woman. And you refuse to actually release it or even acknowledge it. I know you have it, Candace, because I have it as well. Oh, you're so stupid. You can't make this up. Candace, people send me things too. I know she's listening. Keep on telling on yourself. We're here for it. We're going to get all this over to Brian Harper and his attorney too.
That she is dishonest. What's motivating that dishonesty?
She hasn't even said what she's dishonest about. What did she specifically intentionally lie and fabricate? You accuse her of aiding in a cover-up of her husband's death. That is equivalent to murder in many states. It's a crime that you cannot prove to be true. Candace, do you know in a criminal matter, prosecutors have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt? When it comes to a civil proceeding, that's just a matter of the damages and the legal liability you have in that. Telling people to get refunds and interfering with a nonprofit organization's way of making money. Tort. You should be held legally liable for that. You've caused damages. You're going to pay for it. But in order to have someone found guilty of a crime, the burden in that is beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's what she's not understanding. Whether you understand it or not is irrelevant, Candace. And your cult members don't read worth a damn, so I don't expect them to get anything either. So if you're going to accuse someone of committing a crime, you will need sufficient evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. That is why it will be very easy to hold you legally liable for the damages of you falsely accusing them of committing a crime that would warrant jail time. Because whatever crime you're accusing them of committing, you would never be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And because of that, these verifiable false statements you're making intentionally, maliciously, doubling down, showing a complete disregard of the truth, they will have no problem beating you in a civil proceeding where the burden is a preponderance of the evidence. Is it more likely than not that you accused her of aiding in a murder cover-up? You know how many videos where you literally said that can be used against you in a court of law? Candace, this is why I don't want you to stop talking. No, I want you to keep talking. Keep saying this nonsense. You're willing to risk your reputation and damage. So go all the way there. Don't punk out now. You let this girl hype you up and you say you 100% agree. Oh, okay, cool. Candace, that's going to be used against you in a court of law.
Is yet to be discovered.
Absolutely. Demons are monsters.
Oh, man.
Thank you so much for tuning in to another episode of the
Y'all shout out to Jay Witt. Oh, my brother in Christ. Oh, man. All right. For the sake of time, I'm going to have to do a separate video on Gary's video and check that out. I don't even want to watch it on my own. I'm going to watch it with you all. You guys are telling me that Candace is interviewing, what's his name? Eric, what's his name? Biden. Why is she? Candace, you trying to prove his innocence or something? What are you doing? Is it going to be like the Andrew Weinstein thing? You want him to blame everything on the Jews again? How's this going to go? Candace, you know you suck ass as a so-called interviewer. You suck. Why is she interviewing Hunter Biden? I mean, what is she getting out of that? Is it just her way of trying to pivot? God. Shout out to Brigitte Macron. I hope she wins too, honey. No, the Macrons are going to mollywop Candace in court. So will Brian Harper. Oh, they're going to mollywop her. What did she say? Okay. Hold on. Hunter. Yeah, she's interviewing Hunter. What? Why? Candace. What are you doing, girl? You know what? Whatever. Are you going to leave Erica Kirk out of it? You know you've been called out on stalking Erica Kirk enough by me. Oh, man. She needs to hurry up and get a protection order against you. That way you violate that order, you're going to jail. Candace. If you don't say Erica Kirk's name, then whatever. I don't even know what is the purpose she's doing this. Y'all want to see that, hit the 4. If you want me to do a watch party, Candace interviewing Hunter Biden, hit the 4. Hit the 4 if you want a watch party on Candace's interview with Hunter Biden. Hit the 4. Hit the 4. If y'all want to see it, hit the 4. Juju want to see it. Bad. Minnie said nope. Ginger is Mirror said 4. Hold on, we 2 and 2. Maybe. We got another 4. Stanley says you're right on about Candace. Thank you, Stanley. You know. Candace, I know you listening, heifer. I'm sure you're gonna ask him about this laptop thing. 2 crackheads I'll pass. Oh, that's such a photo. Can we get a photo of Candace and Hunter Biden interviewing each other as crackheads? Can we get that? That'll be my thumbnail. Candace Owens and Hunter Biden looking like 2 crackheads interviewing each other. Oh, I want a picture on that one. Shout out to Mindy for that one. Girl, yeah, listen, we get creative in the LLC. We gotta be. Yeah, you got to recover those brain cells you've lost listening to Candace say anything. Oh, man. Shout out to Mindy, y'all. Oh, that's going to be an epic thumbnail. Candace and Hunter Biden, two crackheads interviewing each other. Oh God, I ain't fool with y'all. Now everybody really want to see that interview. Oh, you give me a good thumbnail, we'll do the interview. We'll do a watch party on it. I'm just gonna clown the hell out of them. Oh man. Boy, I'm gonna put my comedic skills to good use on that one. I'm just gonna clown the crap out of them. I already told y'all, I don't politically lean one way or the other. So I feel completely indifferent to both of them. Candace can always kiss my ass. You know, you reserve the right to do so, girl. Two crackheads interviewing each other. Woo, child, that's such a thumbnail. Oh, y'all. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's good stuff. That's good stuff right there. We'll do that. We'll do that. We get that hard thumbnail and I'll schedule it, okay? Yeah, when is this interview? When is it? Thursday? Oh, Lord have mercy. Tomorrow we'll have the eclectic journalist with us, girl. We'll finish up the rest of your part 9 video. And you can get some questions answered. And we can talk about how bad Candace is going to lose in this lawsuit. Y'all, Gary's producer asked me in the message on X, what did I want to talk about? I gave him 3 great ideas. One of them being, how hard Candace will be willing to settle to avoid court. Candace, you can't keep an attorney. Of course you don't want to go to court. You know you don't want a jury trial. They're gonna whoop your ass in court. Oh man, we get that thumbnail. We'll schedule the watch party. Oh, child. Y'all no replies getting information in. Francisca sent over a presentation as well. So y'all know how we do. Y'all know how we do. I appreciate you all doing presentations and your fantastic research and no replies, a rock star, Francisca, all my mods, all of you all. Do a great job of sending over information, tagging me in on X. Shout out to Mindy, S-Files, all of my fantastic mods here in the LLC. I appreciate you guys so much. We got some more supers that came in. Oh, Lord have mercy. Jackley with another $4.99 super. Graham debunked White House dinner email. CO lies with Cash Patel's girlfriend who assisted in getting Erica Kirk out of dinner while people chase EK for photos. Yeah. Candace lies about people when people's lives are in danger. She tried to make content out of it. And Candace, you know damn well, lying on anything that occurred with the executive branch of government will sick all of the investigators on you. I say this once before, and I'm going to keep saying it. I do not believe or feel that Trump was the target at this White House dinner. I believe that it was Erica Kirk. And the shooter missed. He didn't expect for her to get to safety as quickly as she did. Yeah. Candace, you keep trying. And you're going to land yourself in prison. You keep going at this rate. Somebody going to rat you out that's already there. Girl, this is why would I want Candace to stop talking? No, keep talking, Candace. Keep talking. You can make this up. Thank you so much, Jacqueline, for the $4.99. Super. And no one hates Cash Patel. Girl. Juju gifted another LLC membership. Shout out to you. Thank you so much, Juju. I appreciate you, honey. Fantastic. Thank you so much for the support. Mindy gifted 5 LLC memberships. Ayo! Shout out to you, Mindy. Thank you so much for the support in the LLC. You guys are awesome. I appreciate this. I'm honored. Thank you. And another LLC membership gifted by Juju. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate you guys. Oh man. I guess we'll be number 100 hit. Oh, hit it. Thank you all. I appreciate you guys so much. We will be up in here tomorrow with the Eclectic Journalists. We're going to have a good time. If I can, I'll do an early live stream and go over Gary's video because I do want to get his response because the what's that? The Constitution Journal, whatever that dude's name is. He just doesn't know how to quit. And they need to sue his bum ass into oblivion. Candace, Project Constitution, that's his name. Candace, your cult leaders, your cult members over there on X, they're going to catch it. Like this girl here, admitting that she is willing to risk reputation and damage to say what she is saying, which is repeating your nonsense and buffoonery and your dumbass lies. And you said you concurred and agreed. Girl, you just handing us over evidence. Why would we want you to stop talking, girl? Oh, Lord have mercy. And then Wednesday, we'll get into Fax Me. And Thursday, we'll do the live stream, but, you know, 2 crackheads interviewing each other. I can't let that go. That's too funny. That's good. Oh, man. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate all of you all. Y'all go get some rest. I have a full day tomorrow plus work. And if I can get in an early live, I will. But if not, I will see you all tomorrow evening where we will have the Eclectic Journalists with us. I'm excited. So thank you all so much. And until the next one, Lady Luck Club out. Deuces. 2 crackheads interview.